Well, hello. Look at y'all. Beautiful Black women. Goddess born all. I hope you are doing well. And I hope that you are keeping yourself, your daughters, granddaughters, nieces, and goddess daughters uplifted. I just love y'all so much, right? So we need to make sure we're holding ourselves and all of our young Black women sacred and protected as well as uplifted. And speaking of which, we're going to get into that a little bit today because joining me a little bit later will be the incomparable Miss Deanne Matthews of Grown Folks Business, right? Grown Folks Talks. So she has her own channel as well. And then we have uh, Miss Tiff, Aunties both. So we really want to get into our discussion about what it is really to be, um, to deserve to be called an auntie, right? I have had so many questions from younger Black women as to why would we ever deserve to be an auntie, right? As older Black women, because a lot of our daughters, granddaughters, nieces um, feel like we haven't done enough and we haven't been there for them enough. And while I understand what they're saying, I think this is an opportunity for us to talk about what qualifies kind of as an auntie, get some standards, policies, and procedures, but also the women that were aunties to us. And I think one of the other things that we've been missing is hi, my Michaela, my Michaela baby, she's here. One of the auntie's nieces, she's my baby, but yeah, their niece. So I really want to make sure that we are covering these different areas of contention because I'm in my 50s and I remember those women who were aunties to me, and some of them were blood related, some of them were not. Um, that's actually a part of being in a matriarchal community where the men constantly are leaving, they're cheating, when I was growing up, it was nothing for Black men to beat their wives. That was like common, right? That's like having dinner every night. you know, uh dinner and beat the hell out of the Black woman who's loving, caring for you, had children with you, and she works too because it was against the law for Black women to be sitting at home and what they say, being vagrant, raising their own children and everything. They had to go work with um, they had to go work in the fields. They had to go work with white women, raise their kids. They had to, in some way, shape, or form, be working for the white community. And so it wasn't that much different from being enslaved here. So this started occurring right after. Y'all know y'all was going to get some history. You knew it. Why y'all acting like that? You know, I'll get some history in this, right? It's me after all. So, this whole idea that um, we're not being traditional and whatnot. Whose tradition are we talking about? Because for Black women in ancient times, this is how we lived. This is how we made sure that everyone was taken care of properly. Because in a matriarchy, you're going to put the children, the elderly, the people who are sick first, unlike what you find in a patriarchy. So aunties became a very important thing in Africa. And if you go back and you listen to people in the Caribbean, you listen to people in Africa now, you listen to us in the Americas as Black people, we talk about aunties who are, they don't need to be kin by blood. We just adopt each other. And that was one of the best things, of course, that we've ever done as Black women, is that we learned how to give love and care and have not just empathy, but we're empaths, most of us. As aunties, we were able to, let's say, take the children who were sold on a slave block. I can't even get it out. Sold on a slave block. Mm. And we were able to embrace them. If, let's say, they were sold from one plantation, their mom and everything, into a plantation that one of us was on, they would become a part of the whole. Okay. And we would just love on them, do our best to protect them and raise them as if they were our own. So that's some of the history of aunties. But speaking of which, one of my favorite aunties is right here today, and let us bring her up. Yes. Hello.
Oh,
How
listen to
are
that.
you?
I'm good. I'm in the most traditional auntie place I can find in my house,
In the
my
kitchen?
kitchen.
You got it in the kitchen? Uh-huh. How did I know, Miss B? How did I know?
I'm living my best auntie life, y'all, right here in the kitchen.
How are you doing this evening, beautiful?
I'm doing pretty well. It's Monday, and so it's Monday, and it's on Pacific time, so it's still 2:45, and everybody thinks they still have access. No, not now. No, no, no.
No.
I'll talk to you at whatever time it is because I have something I need to do today. So it's just a little bit different on Pacific, but it's good. I got everything out of the way. Everybody's kind of quiet until then. I have some elders that, when they need something, they need something. But other
Yes.
than that, I'm good. How are you today?
I am well. I am well. You know me and my naps. I actually took one because special person. So I can stay up a little bit
I'm a
later
special
than my
person
normal.
too. Mine is coming after we do all this.
You
Mine
getting
is
that?
yeah.
You
We
gonna
we in our
rest.
auntie lifetime now. We're in our auntie time period now. We
This
we
is
need our
true.
naps and we're going to get them. So it is
Yes.
what it is. I
Yes.
was listening to what you were saying just before you brought me up, and I'm like, how do you know about the life that I'm actually living today? It's just like the auntie history of Black women is not even history. This is how elders and children are living now because
Yeah.
Black women mature to a certain point and realize this is really part of who we are. And we've always been able to do this like throughout history. We established these patterns everywhere we've gone in the world, the Caribbean, the United States of America, all these places. It's so current what you were saying, actually. Because I was actually a video I haven't put up yet because I'm doing this, but talking about I'm gonna, be in rooms where elders and children, because elders and children need assistance, but other people who are just, how should I put this? I know we don't have to be so. I'm very reserved. People who are just taking up space and air and don't bring anything to the table, no,
Mm-hmm.
because that's not the right room for someone who is an auntie who wants to build, who wants to see things do better. Arguing with people who don't want to do that, not so much. Don't need to be
Not
in
so.
those rooms. Not so
And
much.
just wait. Let me do one thing before we go any further. I want everybody to know about your channel,
Oh,
and
okay. If with
because it's very important, um, what you do and how you speak to us. And I mean, like this. Wait. Oh.
now that see that see there's well, I mean, sometimes I get like that. There is definitely
That's my
sometimes
favorite part. I'll be like,
it's
okay.
okay. Well,
Yeah.
I'm like my great aunties and my grandmother. It's like this. Most of the times, again, we in the kitchen, we cooking, we looking out for you and all the rest. But see, it's like you have a. They talk about people run the gamut of their emotions. We're still settling that Black women have a right to their full gamut, right? So on the
Yeah.
gamut of emotions, and I probably will do a video about this. You have the nice center of the piano with all the nice, pretty chords, and then you have all the wonderful high notes. But see, if you don't know how to operate with this end of the piano, then we got to go over on this end, and we got to hit all those thunder notes and tell you, I bet. But see, you wouldn't have to go through that if you understood both. If you got with the melody and the harmony and the rhythm, we just be out here doing what we're doing. But if you don't, bass controls what key you're in,
Yes.
and that's not just a man's thing. That's the fundamentals of the universe. That
Yeah.
end of the world. When you outside playing around, and you hear thunder, you know, okay, lightning's in the vicinity. I need to change my behavior and get my tailbone inside. So sometimes people come on my channel, and most days I'm very quiet, reasonable, and I always keep it family friendly. So if you need to sit down and explain the facts of life to your 12-year-old niece, you can. But every now and again, we get a subject, and someone does something so absolute or says something so absolutely ridiculous that we just have to get on over. We just have to get over to the fundamental side of creation and be like, oh no, we're gonna change the key on this. This? No, you're gonna adjust your behavior. I don't do that all the time, although I always pick up more subscribers. My channel, the easiest way to find it is I'll put it in the chat for you. Um,
Please.
this is my old, because when I started on YouTube, that's me on YouTube, and I started with doing a lot of music on there about 10, 11 years ago. And so I just kept that handle because I just haven't thought about changing it. So that's my handle on YouTube. I used to do Grown Black Folks Talk on Facebook, but that's already 4 to 5 years back. But I do a lot of things on YouTube. So you'll find conversation about a lot of things. My next video is about spring is here. For those of us who actually use the actual calendar as opposed to the Game of Thrones calendar. Of course, we always knew that when winter was coming,
When it's
winter would
coming.
leave. We knew that it would leave because it always does. But just because there's some people trying to put curses on Black women about winter is coming using a fictional calendar, I just have to sometimes just let people know, no, no, winter's going, winter's gone. We made it, and
Yeah.
summer's coming. But that's my next video. But I'm usually on YouTube, him to the hands, and usually we spend time thoughtfully discussing things that are important for us to thoughtfully discuss. And then somebody does something real dumb and has to get the auntie version of why we're not going to do that over here. And so often, every so often. It just, it's part of nature. You go out there and run a red light. You have a choice to run a red light, but whatever happens to you after you run it, well, that's on you. It just be what
Yeah.
it be. It's the
The
facts of life, baby.
consequences. Behaviors have
Natural
consequences.
consequences. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Boundaries. You
Yeah.
can go so far with some people, and then you go,
That's true. That is very true. What strikes me, when I'm listening to you, I I have an aunt who she was the first minister um
oh,
in our little on our little island. And she couldn't sit in the pulpit. This was 40 years ago when
that
she
sounds
was a,
about right.
yeah,
Because
and this is North Carolina. Okay.
yeah, that sounds about right too.
Yeah, because you got men who don't want you in the pulpit, and white folks are not hearing that either, or whatever. But all black church family, or all of that, and you know, she never like cursed or anything like that. But she and I had the most fascinating talks. And I miss her so much. And when I hear you, I hear her because she would be like lovey dove. Now, you ain't going to make it to heaven like that. And I was like, I'm not. Because that's
Just
like one of
accept it.
the reasons I don't want to hang out with them people. I'm sorry they tripping. That's all I
But
needed to know. So I just have to sign up for hell? That's where I'm going because I don't want to see none of them. None of them.
well,
You know?
every, my grandmother taught me the song "Heaven, Heaven." A lot of these people that are tripping as hard as they are, when they get there, they won't be tripping if they make it. But when grandmother taught us this song that came down from our foremothers, everybody talking about heaven, ain't a going there. Heaven, heaven, I'm gonna walk all over God's heaven. I got a robe, you got a robe, all of God's children got a robe. When I get to heaven, gonna put on my robe. I'm gonna walk all over God's heaven. But remember, heaven, heaven. Now, everybody talking about heaven, ain't a going there. Heaven, heaven. I'm gonna walk all over God's heaven. My grandmother taught me that song when I was maybe 3 years old. Our church was splitting. It is truly the calling of God that I'm still in church, given what I saw before 5 years old. And I can understand how people sometimes see things in the church world and like, heaven is that? I know. But to get in there, a lot of that, you going if you trip, you're gonna roll on down that hill, like our ancestors said. Better mind, my brother, how you walk on the cross. Your foot might slip and your soul get lost. A lot of people out here, everybody talking about heaven ain't going there. But I can understand how if you're a younger person and that's your first introduction, you might get that impression about heaven. Because there's some strange stuff that's been going on.
Yeah, because all them
Church and
folks talking
patriarchy is
about
rough.
it. No, I'm gonna just not hang out. But I really, I really do appreciate those of us who are Black women who, 85% of us in the US and Caribbean are Christian. And let me bring up Tiff. Auntie Tiff's
Hey,
here.
hey.
Hi, Auntie Tiff. Wait, she
Uh,
was here. Okay. She dipped out for a second.
oh,
There
there,
she
oh, there. All
is.
right.
Hey,
Hey.
how are you? You're on mute. All right. So yeah, I think I really do.
Okay,
I
can you?
do have I honor Black women who are Christian because we take things and we build relationships with our spiritual selves. It's not just a bunch of rituals for us.
Bingo.
You know what I mean? Right? So if you have a relationship with Christ, then you have a relationship with Christ. Now, I personally don't, mainly because I don't like the dumb friends he got. Those 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 people who pretend they're something, and they mistreat people, and they use Christianity against people. Yeah, that part.
No, I hear
But
you too. They ain't
I
friends of
appreciate.
mine either. I feel
Yeah,
you
I
because we need to put
appreciate.
those folks out, but we aren't doing a good enough job. Something that you've taught us a lot about is how we have to have security, how we have to, as Black
Yes.
women, really secure ourselves. And that's something that we in the Black church are still, women in the Black church are still, we want to love on, we want to see people heal, but a lot of the things that happen to the church are the same things that happen to us Monday through Saturday. So as we unlearn, then we
Yes.
then can then look at Black Christianity. Well, I should say
But
the African American delegation of Christianity will look a little bit less run over, and just as we learn how to not be run over out here on Monday through Saturday, but we still got to learn the same habits.
but
Oh,
look,
hi, Tiff. I'm
look,
sorry, we hear you.
look, tag me in. Because Miss D has probably worked with me the absolute most with my
Mm-hmm.
walk. And I think when we talk about religion, I think that a lot of us know religion. We don't know
Yes.
relation. So we know what to do, how to go to church, we know how to shout, we know how to fall out, we know how to pray, we know how to, we know all those things we're very aware of. But then having a relationship, being able to see yourself in God and see yourself in God's word and God's truth. And I call myself a believer. Miss
Mm-hmm.
D is working with me because my spirituality is, I like to call it like a hybrid. Um, Miss D is not going to agree with this, but the way that I look at religion is like cookies. And if there's 100% of people, 50% of people are going to want that chocolate chip cookie. They're going to get it, they're going to love it. That's their jam. But if you start entering snickerdoodles, sugar cookies, oatmeal cookies, it's still a cookie. And if we look at most Abrahamic religions, the story is the same. It's a God, there's a Godhead, there's someone that came for deliverance, and then there's some type of spirit that resides. So if you look at yoga, you have Buddha, where, you know, he wanted to get enlightened, sat under the tree, blah, 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 right? Christianity, we have Jesus. If you're Jews, then you are still yet waiting on the Messiah. But at the end of it, it is all about being good and being kind. And if we could get into a space to where I can say, like, I can't subscribe to like a Catholic religion, but I can love a Catholic. You can say, I don't subscribe to Kojic, Church of God in Christ, which, ooh, that's a lot. Miss D hurt my feelings all the way with the Methodists because I grew up AME. So I was like, I'm the old, and this is how church really goes. And then to read, we're like, oh no, people were actually in the woods praying to God by themselves. And the first time there was a church was when Solomon built the temple. So we don't have to go necessarily to the temple to have church. And I think a lot of times, just like with us, just having this conversation in the sense of church hurt is very, very real. And I cannot dismiss that. I can say, I've worked on some of my issues, but if someone has been hurt in the one place that you should go to and find sanctuary, I don't have a right to tell you, no, you're wrong. Like, I refuse to do that. What I can say is, like, maybe revisit how you do church. Like, we do what? Wednesday Bible study. Get you someone like Miss D, get you someone like Love. The
Oh,
thing,
no.
we don't
want to get
because
my Bible study.
let me finish, because Love has a degree in theology. So if you do come to, you are going to get sound theology. Now, does she subscribe to some of the things that may, no, but you still need to have someone that has some wisdom in the word. And I think for me, that just in general, like, we're having this aunties conversation because I'm so concerned about young women. And as Kay would say, the mother wound, and now knowing there's an auntie wound, where I had no idea so many women had been harmed by mature older women, and it makes them not trust us. But we're old enough to know there's nothing new under the sun. So it may look different, but we've been here before. Men been cheating on their wives forever. Men had houses down the road. Somebody died, it was always an extra kid that showed up that looked just like y'all. So all of this, like, oh man, that's old. It's human nature. It's in the Bible. Look at how David got Bathsheba. Like, men been being men since the beginning of time. It's the woman. And what I want for anyone listening to this is, like, I'm not going to talk about women in the pulpit. I don't even go there. But what I will say is this: for someone to tell you that you can't teach when you're a mother and you're probably the first person that introduces that child to religion, you can it's illogical. So the things that are illogical, throw that to the side. The things that are useful. Now, my good sister in Christ, Miss D, is going to tell us we don't get to pick and choose how we do and walk out our walk. However, what I will say is, grant yourself the space to get to the point to where obedience is an act of love and not out of fear. Because I think a lot of us are being obedient out of fear.
That's no good.
Very afraid. So we don't know how to pray. And if we do pray, we think we're doing it wrong. And T.D. Jakes is going to say one thing. Joel Osteen is going to say something else. What's the lady? Joyce Myers is going to say something else. Paula White is going to say something else. And again, I don't really have a problem with that in the sense of everything doesn't work for everybody. So you need to get into a church. Now once you get there, and when I say church, I'm not saying a physical place. I'm saying you get with one or two other believers that y'all can believe and y'all can study the word and break it down if that's what you want. But you could also be like me, like I'll do a 108. I love sun salutations. I'll put on some mantra. I'll put on bija sounds. There are a lot of, to me, different ways to access God. Me personally, I believe that God is bigger than the Bible. He's bigger than the Quran. He's bigger than Mayat. He's bigger than the Orishas. He's bigger than the Buddha, Tibet. Like God is big enough to have all of us. And he loves us enough to where I personally, notice I'm saying personally, I personally believe that you are going to be judged on the doctrine that you claim you believe. So if you are Muslim, then you are going to be judged on did you follow those tenets. But as Christians, especially Christian women, all we have to do is serve God. Like the husband is supposed to be the head. We don't have to worry about that. We don't have to worry about praying for provision because that's what the man should be doing. And if not, then your direct link to provision is God, and God ain't gonna let you not have. So we have a very light, I don't want to say light load. I would just say it's different. Can we agree to that?
Well, I personally have a whole bunch of disagreements, as we know. Um,
Mm-hmm.
because while I really do respect, I listen to Black women all the time, and they express themselves through their language that a lot of Black women use that I speak with, including family,
Mm-hmm.
is Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
Won't Jesus fix it? Won't, God's got this. And, just all you need to do is pray on it. And I've listened to that my entire life. And,
But see, I'll stop you
but
right there.
hold on,
Because
Tiff, hold
what does
on,
faith
hold
have?
on. I didn't say a word, girl. I didn't say a word. Let me say a word. Wait, hold on, mama. Hold on, Auntie Tiff. Uh, I I personally don't believe men should be leading a fucking thing. Okay, that's number one. Number two, I can get with people having a relationship. Just like you said, like I love it when people are Christian or Muslim or they're Buddhist or whatever, and they follow the tenets, like you're saying. Like to me, that's the realest person that to me, right? And that it feels like to me, I don't know people's personal relationship with God or Jesus or Allah. I don't, but their actions show that they're following the tenets and that they have a actual relationship. It's not just from fear, like Tiff was saying, right?
Right.
So I do really appreciate that about us, especially as Black women, because we take things and make it into relationships, and we make it into interconnecting, and our spirituality isn't really about so much about religion as it is about the relationship, and finding wisdom and understanding and knowledge in that relationship. My dog just walked
Well,
in.
I
So I
my
just want to say,
thing,
as someone who's I really am into deeper mysteries. Um,
what does
the
that mean?
goddess, the goddess, the goddesses, the
The God
ancient
in
Black
the
goddesses.
so like a Steve
So
or like a Oya, Oshun.
there are many iterations that people call different names, like people call God
Yeah, yeah.
Elohim or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
El-
Like
Elohim.
uh Jehovah, those types of things. But for me, um, I just don't get with the patriarchy at all. And I feel like monotheism has been used as a tool to really just abuse women and children, who, in my estimation, should be top, right? And the rest of us who are healthy, doing our thing, we should be uplifting the ones who can't protect themselves, right? And that's not what happens in a patriarchy. So for me, it's a different thing. But I know we're talking about aunties. I won't go any further because, again, I have such a respect for both of your Christianity, but Black women's Christianity as a whole. I just feel like so many Black women are trying to really walk this fine line, and they're trying to either fit into a stereotype or work their way out of a stereotype, right? And it's so hard when really they simply want to be able to have relationships with Christ, relationships with God. You know what I mean? Like, can we leave a sister alone to F and breathe? Okay.
Well, I think a prime example is, my gentlewoman from California is
recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas.
Okay. She's not a dragger, but when she has to drag, it's to the filth. Like,
yes.
To the filth. And I can honestly say the first time I ever saw Miss D just lose it was when TD Jakes talked about women needing. Oh, I didn't mean to look at the faces. It was something that you can hear, and it was interesting because it was Easter weekend.
Yeah, last year.
No, was it Easter? No, you know what? No, it was Father's Day. It was
Father's Day. It was in June.
Was it? It was last year. That's all I know.
And initially, and I have friends that attend that church, and they were just like, "Oh, the message was so good, and this and this and this." So I went and I listened to it, and I'm just like, well, this is odd and this is different. And I get the reference of like pouring the water, and like I understood where he was coming from, but I was so taken aback in the sense of, why are you always trying to say a woman needs to do more when we all know the backbone of the Black church is the women? We allow the men to get up and do whatever. But if you want to say who's holding committees, who's doing the finances, who's making sure it's running smoothly, it's a thing. And then on top of, once that came out, then Honk for Jesus came out, and it really was like the Christian world was like duking it out. And I was like, at the end of the day, all I can do is what I believe is right. Now I can get with a Miss D, or I can get with Love, or I can get with Sir Walter Jones, and I can get with someone that has a little bit more theologian studies. But at the end of the day, am I loving? Am I kind? Do I help the poor? Do I take care of the lame? Am I spirit giving? Can I forgive? Like, there's so many small things that we get so caught up in the rigmarole that just like at the basis of any type of faith is to be a decent person.
But see,
and so Tiff, bring us, because we just talked about the women in the church and how they, we as Black women, we are very supportive. We're probably about we run the church. We're about 80% of the church and all of these areas. But bring us back around to the auntie, because the women you're describing are a lot of aunties, right? So I had a question for both of you. Each of you,
two things, because
let me put this dog out. Keep talking. I'm listening to you, girl.
Yeah. I think there are two types of women in church, where you have a Miss D, where she's very kind, very loving, she grants space, she wants to help. And then, and I mean this with as much respect as possible, but sometimes the mothers of the church, or the women that were the all white, the deaconess, um, they can say things that they may mean to be helpful, but it's harmful. Like, oh, baby, that skirt is a little bit short. Well, we don't know if that was the only skirt she had. Oh, well, she wore those pants. You got that red lipstick on, and it's like, I get it because at a time red was considered a harlot color, but we don't live in those times anymore. So it's like you have to be mindful of like, am I saying something to you to help you develop a relationship with God? Or am I saying something to you because your liberation is making me uncomfortable? And I think a lot of aunties in the church are being made uncomfortable. We got to, I'm old enough to remember when Kirk Franklin came out, and I'm from Dallas. And when he
Oh,
came out and stunk, oh no, the
oh
elders was
gosh.
like, absolutely not, not of God. We're not doing that. Don't play that here. You cannot book Kirk Franklin now if you wanted to. So we have to be okay with allowing our faith to change. Like, God is a very present God. Now, I love devotional. What is it? Blood of heaven, feed me till I won't.
Bread of
God
heaven, yep.
guide me over. That it has a place. I think what is happening with us is we don't know how to mix the old and the new. And you need those devotionals. You need a devotional. Sometimes you just need a hum. Sometimes you just need a moan. And then other times it's okay to be like, it's the God in me. But it's a balance. And I think that even in that, that is where I'm wanting us as mature women.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, the auntie conversation, it really threw me. It threw me because we won't talk about where the conversation was had because we have our non-disclosure. However, when you're asking women that are, let's say, younger than 35 how they view more mature women, it's not positive. And that's not my experience. I couldn't wait to get old. I couldn't wait to wear a church hat. I couldn't wait to do certain things. But I don't know what happened in between. And I would say between my mom's generation and myself, because my son just turned 25 and he was
Happy
raised in church.
birthday.
Thank you. And you know what? So Alicia said something so sweet to me and it touched my heart. She said, happy birthday to him, but happy birthday to you. And I was just like,
Yes.
yes, I received that. So when we talk about things like that, when you look at an Alicia where her spirit is so sweet and she loves God and
Yeah.
she is on fire for God, but the way that it looks, she's not going to look like Shirley Caesar. Like it's a place for that. She's not going to look like the Clark sisters. And we have to be okay with making space for all Black women. Because the minute that we ostracize people, and I ain't calling no names out, but we have popular YouTube people that are talking about terminating a particular sex of children and not putting God into it, not putting faith into it, not putting trauma into it, not put there's so many different and I'm very, very honest. I've terminated before. It was the hardest thing I've ever done. And I still remember the day. And I still think like, well, God, I hope my baby went back to heaven and maybe he picked a better person or this, that, and the other. But a lot of us won't even be real like that. Like I had a kid. What did I didn't. I had no business. Like I'd already had to go and apologize to the church when I got pregnant. I wasn't doing it again.
You know,
Yes, I had to apologize to the church. I was over youth choir. I had to step down from that. I was over young adult ministry. I had to step down from that. And I had to sit in front of probably over 500 people and make an apology for not living a Christian lifestyle, for not following what I knew to be right.
I'm reacting to that because that's the difference between growing up in San Francisco at that same time and the South. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, I knew that that happens, but just San Francisco, let's just say attitudes are more relaxed, quite a bit more.
No,
But I knew that that happened. I just had never heard anybody talk about that actually happened to you within the last 45 years. That's why I mean, I know that happens. I know people that went through it, but they're not
but
so
not only
young.
did I apologize, my sister had to apologize when she got pregnant with my niece. And my whole thing was just like, okay, I get it. I have fallen out of, I won't say grace. I'll just say I've, I'm sinning. I've sinned. This baby is evidence. What has always kind of struck me was, why are the girls apologizing, but the boys are nowhere to be found?
Yep. They're never asked. So Walter Jones talks about that. The boys are never
Because
asked to take
you
that
know what I never
responsibility.
hear? You know what I never hear? Like for real, I never hear it. I never hear this question of men being needing to be accountable and responsible. Never. I just don't. I hear it about every part of a woman's life, but I don't hear it from men about their
Because
lives as grown adults. But
but
before we get too far out, I
Mhm.
do want to ask us a question about um like I want to start with okay, we'll start with Miss Deanne and Tiff. You tell me, and then I'll tell you something my daughter said. But what is an auntie? What does that mean to you?
ooh, Miss D, you want to go first? Because then I can go grab my wine.
Okay. All right. And that'll give me
I'm gonna
time
be very
afterwards to go get some water because
one.
these spring allergies are kicking this auntie's tailbone
I
right now. But
so want to
Ah, ginger
I
apologize.
need
ale
to
in
be
it.
prepared like you are next time, Tiff.
I'm like, I want to
I mean,
apologize.
love.
Late. Um, this, I, y'all know that I'm in culinary school, and last semester I just took one class, and that was super cute. This semester I'm taking 5 classes, so
Woo!
6
Go
until
ahead on.
when
Do
Miss
it, girl.
come on. And I was like, oh, okay. I'm like, oh, it's live. And I really wanted to put on some clothes and look cute. But honey, when I stand up, y'all ain't gonna see no bra and I'm gonna go get my wine. But Miss D, talk loud enough because I want to hear what you say, Auntie.
Okay,
So
we aunties, we do what we need to do.
No, well, look. I came in my pure auntie form. I am wearing my exercise clothes. It's cold today. I came right back so I could be here on time. No, no, no. See, part of being an auntie is being old enough to not be worried about what everybody else in the world thinks. It ain't doing nothing for you.
Mhm.
You finally get to the age, and for Black women, it probably happens later because more is put on us. But I am an old soul for real. At 42, I'm basically my grandmother now. Look, I'm gonna be clean. I'm gonna be presentable. Anything else you have to say? If you ain't paying no bills, ain't trying to do it over here. Okay, what is an auntie? So I have to take my great aunts and my grandmother as kind of the template that I use, and that template goes straight back into when our foremothers were enslaved. We are the women who fill the gap. We may not even have children of our own, but we, like you were saying before you brought me up, we are the women that made sure that they didn't have to be our children and they didn't have to be our parents or our relatives to us. We're the ones that made it happen for everybody. We are the excess love of the Black community, in essence, when
ooh.
operating correctly. When operating correctly.
No,
However,
say that again. Say that again. We are the
we are
what?
the excess love of the Black
I,
community.
I have to write that. See, I got a little
Oh, you
pen.
even you see everybody see I next time what I gotta do is
I'm
put my
taking
water
notes,
and a
girl. What
notebook
you
by
doing?
myself. We are the
You got yours
excess
too,
love
Tiff. Tiff, you got
of
your
the
notes.
she seriously bought a notebook, Lord.
We
See, I
ain't
have to
playing.
pray a lot to make sure I don't say because I know y'all out here doing this, but we are the excess, we have always been this. We are
But
the
hold
excess love.
on, Auntie, because this is what I want you to see. Hold your book up to love. Ladies, get you one of these.
I
Where
Please.
have
you
one. I
go,
just didn't.
whatever you do, when you leave your home, you always have a pen and a piece of paper because you never know what type of information you're going to receive that you can write down and study later. That's one of the gifts that an auntie can give. But can keep going, Misty,
Well,
because
thank you, because
the excess love.
I
Yes.
have notebook, but it's on the opposite side of the house. But you are right, and you are the gentlewoman from California receives good reminder from the gentlewoman from Texas. Appreciate that because I need to put mine back in my bag, so I have it. But see, the difference between us and the church mothers that we were referring to that are kind of not on their auntie form correctly, that will tear your whole life up for wearing the skirt that's an inch too short and wearing the wrong color on the wrong day. They never got to have these conversations. A lot of them are damaged too. See, the thing is, and love, you can talk more about this than I can, but whether you believe in gods or goddesses, the great matriarch archetype exists because the black woman is the mother of all life. We know that from science. We know that Eve or Noah's wife, one of them, has to be of African, of the same genetic material that we are. We know this. Whether you acknowledge it or not, the great matriarch archetype exists. So when you reach a certain age, you begin to step into that. Now, you're either going to be able to be healed and use it correctly, or you can go to the dark side. And unfortunately, when you're not healed and when no one ever was able to sit down for you and let you know, you don't have to uphold all these rituals that didn't even come from us. Show me in the Bible where anybody said you had to wear white on Sundays. Show me the Bible where it says you only worship on Sundays.
I mean,
Did
isn't the
y'all
Sabbath
know?
supposed to be Saturday?
Okay, so little known biblical knowledge. For the Jews of the Old Testament, yes, the Sabbath day was the only day they had off. People worked 6 days a week. It was an agricultural society. But one day was the rest. If God had not put that in there, then people would have worked 7 days a week and would not have had a day for rest. It wasn't even about that being the day that you go to the temple. It was because God knew when human beings fell, we would work each other and ourselves to death. So God said, if I rested, you rest. But it was not commanded, even in the Old Testament. It does say, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. But I guarantee you that while they were marching through the wilderness, that they spent a lot of their time on that day. They rested and took care of things and made sure they had food for the weekends on Fridays. It was not what we think of today. By the time you get to the New Testament, people were meeting in house to house every day. People were doing what we're doing, just about around the things of Christ. And some of us would be prepared with our liquids, and others would come not as prepared with their food and so forth. And they got together and they fellowshipped. A lot of the problems that our aunties have growing up, because I cannot speak honestly for anyone who is Muslim. Even outside there, I've gone a little bit outside what I can do. But a lot of our aunties have been very damaged by having to uphold rituals that actually aren't real. And when you have to uphold things that aren't real, and those things that are not real cannot heal you of your hurts.
Give me an
And-
example when you say things that are not real.
okay. So you know how everybody has the communion cups covered when you come to church with the white on and all the rest? That started down south because there are flies. Figure it out. So do we need to have all these white gloves and all the rest? I guarantee you, Jesus, he had four fishermen. The Lord had four fishermen, a tax collector. These were some rough guys. They all drank out of the same cup. All this stuff that we've added on and all these deaconesses doing all this, I recognize now because it's part of the traditions of the elders. But you know, if you didn't come dressed correctly, they figured you weren't holy enough. Even things like that on the first Sunday of every single month. And why are you going to wear white? I was told she is now 88, maybe 80, what is she? 88, 88. We wear white to show Jesus that we remember. I'm like, did Jesus ask you to remember him like that? But I couldn't, there was no point in arguing with her about it. But I just recognized that's a standard that you didn't examine where you
But do
got
you
it from.
think, and this is just me thinking out loud, do you believe that maybe that comes from some of us not really understanding the word of God, and that, you know, we want to appear pure as snow, so we look at white and we consider white to be something innocent and
A
um
lot of it does have to
pure,
do, it is
Puritan,
virtues, it's virtue signaling part of it.
right?
But it's not intentional in the sense that it's not the same thing as the white of the KKK, is what I'm saying. It's not intentional. But it does, but even the KKK are the Knights Templar, a little bit further back. Even the KKK has long history back. If you, anytime you don't do this at night, learn about the Ulster Scots, learn about the clan behavior back in the day and how they all had their uniforms and their tartans. If you go to Scotland today, you still see this. Even that has things going on further back. Our foremothers could be killed for attempting to read the Bible to find out what it actually says. So we have to remember a lot of things that we have are not people intentionally trying to be harmful. A lot of things we have come from the fact that, again, having conversations, having Bible studies, studying anything. Like if we sat down and decided to do on Thursdays, we were going to study history and have love, leave class, and then we would co-teach. We would all be sitting there going, she and I would be learning stuff and be like, what? Stuff just hidden about us. We didn't know about Queen Amani Renas of Kush last year. They found her palace, and that's why we know about the real woman king now. Well, we wouldn't have known about that.
Let's put a pin in that. And then, Miss Love, I know you are a note taker. So what I would like for for the three of us to do is on Netflix, they have something called The Queens. And it has Queen Ngozi, but they have a bunch. And I feel like for us as Black women, we need to see ourselves in excellence. I'm finna hurt Love's feelings. The Woman King for me was a lot. I'm in a different season in the sense of I have to acknowledge, and Miss D, I think you can understand, and I think Love, you can too as well. I didn't have treacherous Black men in my life. I had a great father. My bonus dad was amazing. I had amazing grandparents. I have awesome uncles. Even my son's father, like he's a phenomenal person. I mean, what kind of parent can two 17-year-olds be? But just the core of who he is, he's a good person. My husband is amazing. So I personally, I almost cringe when I hear the level of harm that other Black women have experienced from Black men. And to me, it feels rude and it feels demeaning to say, well, that's not what I experienced. And when we go back to the church house, the deaconess that I knew were like, here's what I will say. Again, she's from the South. I think those handkerchiefs against the legs and covering your arms, I think it's foolish, but I understand that they were doing it to try to protect us. So to go back to what Ms. B said was, instead of our mothers and grandmothers saying, baby, everybody's not going to see you like a child. So this is a way that, yes, should you have to have on stockings, a girdle, a bra, a t-shirt, a slip, a dress, a jacket, mind you, all in East Texas with no freaking air. But what they knew was, baby, if somebody seen your armpit and maybe saw a piece of the breast, they were going to come for you. I don't think we have been taught that many of the times the perpetrators of sexual violence are going to be people that we know. And many times people that have titles like deacon and minister and youth pastor. And we have got to acknowledge the damage that causes. It's harmful.
And ours is the first generation that actually can.
And we have the terminology. I've literally I wish, and again, this is just me personally, I wish that people my age and younger could reserve some grace for their mothers and their grandmothers, because we just know what is this trauma bonding, narcissism, a person being manipulative. We did not have words like that. You did not have the language. And if someone in your home maybe had a mental illness, like we all had the cousin that was in the back room and we just knew don't go mess with him because he'll, but that's how we handle mental health. I find it odd that we can have a lot of space for a Kanye West, but we have no space for a Jaguar Wright. And
True.
I am looking at the sense of, as women, and I don't like to do the women of color. As Black women, we have got to learn to be better advocates for each other, especially when people are in pain. Now, I'm not saying these names to berate, belittle, or minimize, but someone like a Nosy Ho, someone like a Paris Milan, someone like who else is popular? A Kimberly Foster, a Josie. Like Josie is a prime example of when those pregnancy pictures came out, even I was aghast. Like, girl, what? But at the same time, this woman is highly degreed. She's very intellectual. She has brown smart girl. She can make the decision to solo parent. And I think for us, we've got to come out of that stigma of the baby mama thing. Because what other race calls people baby mama?
Well, you know what, Tiff? Um I think we're getting into two sides of what Auntie, I want to say we're getting into what aunties, what we have seen aunties as opposed to what others of us have seen aunties as, right? Because I think that, um, well, I'm gonna say it like this. Let me get what my daughter said because I thought it was. I was like, of course. Yeah.
The God,
Ask that goddess for, and she just gonna be like, oh, okay, so here it is.
God,
Okay, so what was she saying to me? Please tell me I got the right. You know, I got all these dang pages and
that's
books.
okay. Take your time.
Me and my pages of books. Um, I was asking her, so what qualifies someone to be an auntie, right? Because everybody can't be an auntie just because they're a certain age. We kind of think in our mind, well, you hit a certain age, so be you must be empathetic already. You must be understanding. You've been through things, right? And the
But wait a
truth
minute.
is,
Wait.
some women don't some women, Black women, are not trying to help you. Okay, that's
But
a reality. That is a
this,
reality.
but this is
However,
where I'm gonna stop you. And this is where, and I know Miss D is gonna get me because again, and you're in a southern state, so you're gonna understand what I'm saying.
I'm from the South. I mean, we lived in California for a very long time, but I'm from the South. That's where I
So
was originally raised. Yeah.
so what you're gonna understand is this. The one thing that I give my grandparents the utmost respect for is they always said you can learn from anybody, even a fool. And I think what the issue is we want to put on to people, oh, you're 45, so you should have this, or you're 60, so you should have this, or you're
Mhm.
70, so you should have this. That's not necessarily everybody's life journey. But
Right.
what I say is you can see a fool and say, oh, however you were living, let me not do that. So I like to teach people all the time losses and lessons. And many times from someone else's loss, we can learn a lesson. So I don't, and I refuse to put the same type of emotional IQ on my mother that I have. My mother did not, she did not have the space or the bandwidth to learn about emotional IQ. My mom was trying to feed her child. And my grandmother had 7 kids. She did not have time to be worrying about your feelings. She was trying to feed you. And my great grandmother, who had 14 children, was what? None of y'all died. Everybody eat. Everybody have something to wear. So the fact that we can sit down and break things down, I think a lot of people do not understand that that is a luxury.
It is.
But it is, Tiff. But we also, because we're talking to younger women, and you said several things, and it goes along with respect and reverence. See, my grandmother deserved my respect and my reverence, because she had 8 daughters, but she did the damn thing. She was one of the only Black women who did not go to work. I don't even know how she skipped not getting those vagrant charges, because she was born in 1919, right? Her mother was in the field. My grandfather's mother was in the field. He was in the field. My grandmother, all these other women were getting their asses kicked, including not her sisters, but her sister-in-laws, my grandfather's sisters, getting their asses kicked. But I just want to let me finish this really quick. We can sit here and we can talk about that, because I think that's a very important conversation. What you're saying is because what you're doing is bringing some understanding to the younger Black women as to giving some grace. And I think we do need to help younger Black women see that we too have gone through things. But the thing is, my grandmother told me those things. Other people were taught to keep those secrets hidden and those hurts hidden. And so I understand the need to get your ass up and go to work, because you got 8 kids, and then you got to feed some Negro that's coming home talking about how much you didn't clean the house and all this shit. Motherfucker, I've been in the field. What you doing? I mean, and I do understand that. But I also feel like we need to understand younger women and what they're asking of us as aunties in this case. They don't know about our previous aunties. So I do think we need to talk to them about that. But one of the reasons I wanted us to describe from each of our perspective what an auntie looked like for us, right? Because we all had different experiences, right? It's important, if we're asking for younger Black women to trust us, and they don't need to trust us. Let me hold on, Tiff. They don't need to trust us. We have to earn their trust. So let me tell you what my daughter said. Okay, let me tell you what my daughter said. She was saying that she said an auntie is like a mom sister friend, right? And who can give wise counsel, share knowledge and understanding without judging or sharing your business, right? She said she's fun and she plans special time just with you as her niece, whether she's related to you or not, right? Because we're aunties. Aunties is a reverential type title, but we have to earn it too, right? At the same time. And we have to be able to listen to the younger people and what their needs are in this moment. Just like we're different than they are, and we're different than our 4 mothers and aunties, they're different than us. So we need to be able to listen to see what is it that you actually need from us, and then decide whether we can give that or not, right? So she goes on to say, that you know, her experience with her aunties is being able to have fun and joy and things like that. But they also wouldn't let her off the hook because they loved her. So they would not allow her to not take responsibility and accountability for the part she played in something, right? They would get on her about that. And they never intended to humiliate, humble, or harm her. And that was one of the hallmarks of how she could tell whether somebody was an actual auntie or not, right? Because if you doing all that, when you're together with that person and you're talking one-on-one, you're one way, but when you get around people, you want to put that young girl down, that young Black woman down in front of those people. That's what she means, right? Or make fun of her or something else when other people are around. She said, aunties, they guide you to be who you are and embrace your most authentic self. And um, she'll tell you the truth and accept your honest correction. So she's not only able to give you correction, have fun with you, listen to you, keep your confidences, and get on you when she doesn't feel like what you're doing is going to be helpful to you and other people around you. She will also listen to you about what her needs are in the moment. And then she will also tell you, listen, what you said to me, Auntie, that kind of hurt my feelings. And y'all can have that discussion, right? And come to some understanding. And she feels like her aunties were able to do that and come to understanding. And she loved them all the more, right? They got even tighter. So she also said, not just being able to embrace who you are authentically, where everybody else is telling you, okay, you have to fit into this box. Okay, you got to fit into this thing. Oh, you got to do this over here. Oh, you got to wear white, the such and so. That auntie, her aunties were usually Black women who had been through all these different things and figured out that they need to love on themselves. And so they were always their most authentic self. So therefore it was easy for her to be her most authentic self, not to try to fit into some how you should look, how you should this, how you should that, but really learning her. And she learned her aunts, right? And they did fun shit like cooking and going to parks and shit like that. And she said she gives you a dynamic perspective that your mother cannot and or will not. Okay? Because the truth of the matter is, me as a mother, I don't know everything. I need help from other Black women who have a different perspective than me to have to be a part of my goddess born daughter's life, so that she doesn't, like as Tiff was saying, you don't have to repeat those same mistakes, right? So she's gotten that. But I'm very clear as her mother, it is not up to me to try to jack up her relationship with her aunties. Her aunties are actually not only helping to cultivate her and love on her and let her know that she deserves the best and that her worth is incalculable. And I don't ever want to hear whatever they talked about unless they both bring me into it. I don't, because I think that's between them. And that's also something that bonded them together even more. So she said she found her aunties to be very brave and courageous. And they'd even put her mama in check, which ain't the easiest damn thing to do. Right?
Strong auntie right there.
Girl, they would tell me, we don't like the way you doing things with our girl. That shit right there, that's gonna end. So they would speak up for her, right? When I couldn't even see, because as Tiff was saying, we're doing all this, we're cooking, we're taking care of them, we're going to work, we're going to school ourselves, raising 2 kids, blah, blah, blah. We by ourselves, whatever the case may be. I do fucked up shit. So I needed somebody to be able to mirror me and say, oh, so we're not doing that. We ain't doing that with the baby. Mm-mm. And they could. So she found them to be very courageous, very brave in their own lives and even in their connection with me, right? And then she said, aunties are always cute, graceful, bold, and fly. Okay. You can't wait for them to get there, because you know they are going to be just all of it and just make sure, and everybody else got to get with it because they're that. And that's what they're helping that baby girl to be. When the world is telling her she's less than nothing, she's got a group of women around her telling them they tripping, this they on something. They just don't know, they need to bend the knee. you know but that's how they actually live their own lives. Some of her aunties were highly educated, some of them were not. All of them were very experienced, very loving, compassionate people, but they could show enough be nasty when it came down to it. And they taught her how to maneuver in between that, right? And use the different parts of information that they gave her. And they would say, you might not be able to use this now, baby, but you may need it later. Okay. And so then she said,
all right now, Miss Love.
they are powerful. They are powerful, and they're full of light and energy. And they can love you as you are and who you are growing up to be, because through all of the hate they have learned to trust, depend, and love on themselves, and dare anyone's gaze to distract them from that. They create that same safe, kind of uplifted, sacred space for you as the niece. That was her take on what an auntie is.
I think all of that is beautiful, fair. And Miss D, I'll go in then, and we're gonna let you because you shuts it down where it needs to be shut down. You'll be done took both points and made it make sense. So
Please, please.
so for me, now we're gonna talk two, and I think we probably need Miss Love, write this down. The
Okay.
difference between a paternal and maternal relationship, as far as aunts,
Okay.
uncles, cousins. My maternal aunts have probably been my greatest advocate, to the fact that my name is from my aunt. I was supposed to
Mm-hmm.
be a Stephanie Lynn, because there's a Vicky Lynn, a Marilyn Lynn, a Carol Lynn. Like, that is our family name. And my aunt was like, no, name her Tiffany Nicole. So just in namesake. So that was one experience. Then we live in the South. My mother is from the Midwest. My aunt, she calls me Tiffalif. And she's like, Tiffalif, I remember when I would send for you, and we used to have to tell you, don't tell your age when you get on the plane. So my aunt is sending for me from East Texas to Omaha just to spend time and to give my mother a break. And that was always something that I knew. Then on top of that, with my paternal aunts, um, they may a little had a little bit of edge on them, but I always knew if something happened, if I called one of my aunties, you were in trouble. However, I have a great aunt that is probably the most critical person I know on this planet. That lady grew me more because I had to understand that her critique was coming from love. The you didn't clean your plate. This lady went through the Great Depression. You don't waste food. Um, Dressing modestly. Well, when you find out that almost everyone in the family was some type of essayed, she was trying to protect us. So sometimes that strictness, sometimes that jadedness, it is a very warped form of love. And what I've learned is that, my God, you want to protect me and you want to love me, but you don't know how to do this because you didn't have it. So it's almost like if you've seen everything, what is it? Everything, everywhere, all at once. The mom, Evelyn, they show these different sectors of her personality, and she's a tiger mom a bit, but instead of her telling her daughter like, "Oh, I miss you, I love you," she says, "Hey, you're gaining weight." It can come off as criticism, but it's a weird to me form of love, because people that you don't care about, you don't give them your space or your time or your critique. So now, me as an auntie, I am kind of somewhere in the middle. Um, Love my niece, and when you said like they're so excited, we pulled up yesterday for my son's birthday party, and the first person, like, she's literally darting out, and I'm just like, oh, all this
Mhm.
love.
Yes.
And then my other niece, like, she's sitting in the window and waiting. And then the baby is like, Auntie, I'm just like, oh my God, this is so precious and beautiful. But there are things that I have to tell my niece that her mother may not want to share or tell her. There are different responsibilities. And even I was sitting here looking in the chat, and I know everybody, I'm not gonna say Nicole or Tori, but we'll say a vitamin, a true mystique. Who else is in here? Can you see who else is chatting? Alicia. Who else is in here?
Kira, Kira's
Who?
here. Queen
Who?
B.
Okay.
QB.
Yeah, Queen B. Um, there are so many of these young ladies that we really typically could be their auntie, that when I see them and I get so frustrated with them, it's the aunt in me that's just like, damn, girl, if you would listen, you don't have to go through this. I went through this, so you don't have to go through this. I'm not trying to hurt you, I'm trying to save you. I'm wondering if the language that we're using doesn't translate. Like, is it, are
Well,
we,
I also
go ahead.
I don't I kind of think, Tiff, that that may be a part of it, because, well, I feel like that's always a part of it, right? Because language and people's idea of what a word means,
Mm-hmm.
aside from a dictionary meaning or whatever, how it plays out, what a word plays out in their life as, right? Um, it may be very different for someone else. But at the same time, I think we have to be able to say, so what is it that you really need from me in this moment? And I'm not talking about the wisdom that you're going to give, but I mean, do you need to vent? You just need to talk. Do you need me to offer you an opinion after you vent? Do you want me to um, give you some options that I see? I think we have to ask what it is they want from the conversation that they're having with us as an auntie. Um, so, because we just want to fix it, right? Because you use the word saved. And I feel like I use that all the time. In my head, I'm like, I'm trying to save you. I mean, what are you doing?
Well,
I'm not out here trying to hurt you. I'm not the one,
not save in the sense of like I'm not Christ, but save in the sense of like, girl,
Don't
the
repeat this. Don't
time
repeat my mistakes. Don't
he
repeat my mistakes.
like this, not even repeat, just I sometimes you can just see where it's going. You can just
Right.
see where it's going and just be like, baby, I'm not trying to spoil your fun, but I see where this is probably going to end up. And it's like, at least allow me to say, look, hey, because again, my good sister, Miss Deanne, she be heavy on my heart, but I'm like, you know what? God always provides an escape. God always gives wisdom.
Always.
And some many times your aunties are the wisdom that you refuse to receive.
In advance. In advance. Yeah. But
Oh, we're
see,
not talk about our friend that it 9 months ago we warned.
oh yeah. Our friend is the gentlewoman from Texas is exceptionally generous in referring to that individual as a friend. But
Well,
because
I
here's the
think
thing,
I think that's
friendship,
it too.
but
I'm
see,
sorry.
friendship. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to speak over
No,
you.
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, sweetheart.
Friendship is one of those things that, as aunties, as Black women in particular, we extend it very, very generously sometimes. But our real friends don't keep doing things that hurt us. But that goes to what I was about to say was we are the first generation of aunties that have actually can discover auntiness and what it is. The generation right after us is the first generation that can choose whether or not they want to continue this or not.
Mhm.
And so where the nexus is of what both of you are saying is we're at the generation of we can realize that our foremothers were not able to have this conversation. They were just in it. They protected us the best they know how. I have at least in church, I have people who try to encourage me, and I have people that when I was younger, I felt were trying to destroy me. But now at 42, I'm like, okay, you didn't have the language to be able. And so you were trying to help, but you just didn't have the ability. So the nexus is okay, we're the last generation of people who ended up in auntie status but can't really explore it and talk about it. But the next generation of Black women has to decide whether the concept even works for them anymore. And we didn't have that opportunity because we're just that much older. I'm the youngest. I'm a little bit younger than you are, Tiff. We still, 1981, if people are still in 1990 having to apologize to their church, we only been free a minute. Like, in my head, I'm like, it had to be 1995 or later. So I'm like,
1998,
okay, so
and
we done got up. Now I got to go
then
back to my American 1998.
1998 for me. Wait a minute, and my niece would have been 2007.
Okay, so
Or
we ain't even free in the 21st century yet. So really, we are the first generations of Black women right now as we're having this conversation to talk about what is all this we have inherited from since Black women were rocking the cradle of civilization to now. I'm sure there were more conversations when we were unfooled around with before Europe, but in the Americas, we still are in the first generation. But what we have to deal with is we have nieces who can choose whether or not they want to even have that concept. And the other thing is, and I as I get older, I continue to realize this. Everybody has to, our nieces, if you will, if should they choose to consider themselves as such, are more individualized because they've had more freedom. I mean, they have grown up. Like we were introduced to the internet while we were still relatively young, but like
mhm.
they have grown up in access. If we say something dumb, they can catch us in about 2 minutes. Actually, 2 seconds. Google will get you in 7 seconds, which always makes it very, very fascinating to me how people keep putting up disproven tones from 30 years ago. It's like, man, you had 30 years and 7 seconds before we're going to get blown completely out of the water. But we have to understand that our nieces, who we want to help so much, they also now know I have the ability to check anybody I want to at any time. I don't actually have to listen to anybody that I know. There's information available. Now, as time passes, we learn how to distinguish good information from bad information. But the idea that we as the older generation are going to be able to come in and automatically we have to compete with that big knowledge environment. And sometimes I don't think we realize it because we're still looking at our aunties, and there was nothing possible then still, no, not born in 81 or 80 or even the 70s. We're still, they live in a concept where they really have it's like the cookies you were talking about, Tiff. Even we have to deal with the idea that somebody may not even want a chocolate chip cookie today. They may be looking for a snickerdoodle. They may want it with date sugar and oat milk. These kind of options didn't even exist. So whereas the auntie paradigm is essential to us, we are.
No, because I'm reading the comments, and I keep seeing people say like, "Oh, I don't think age matters," and just like for me, I'm like, I hear you, but you cannot replace life experience. You just
But the thing
cannot.
about it is, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you can't. But remember, we're old enough to know that now. Mm. Our generation could not have even said that aloud. I'm not on the YouTube chat. I'm fully in StreamYard because all that echoing and no, can't do none of that. But we're old enough to know that. But see, the generation of True Mystique, for example, is the first generation to have a choice. You can be 28 on a lot of knowledge and stand toe to toe with 42 on a pure knowledge base. What I had to go to 4 to 6 years of college to get is available like that. Only later do you realize, as my pastor said to me, you can't skip steps. You still have to live your life and learn from that. But remember, the perspective is that much different. If you grow someone up in an environment where they literally can hop on their phone and find out more than you had to take years to learn, you're going to have a mind that's wired to think, okay, we all can have the same information. We all have the same access. So we have to accept, as the transition generation between centuries of auntiness versus what's coming next, because we're a transition generation. I hate to say that we are now one of many options for young Black women to get information. I like to think we're the best, but it's like Christianity in the United States. It is one of many options. I like to think that it's the best, but we have to give people freedom to understand that. And then sometimes it is just our people. We have to also understand that whatever it is we have to offer, that person has to be, what's this phrase? When the student is ready, what happens next?
It will appear.
Sometimes
the teacher will appear.
The teacher will appear. Sometimes people have to be ready to receive what we have to offer first. Y'all know me, I can talk for hours to myself. I got a whole YouTube channel, and that's all I do. Ain't nobody here.
I think we all no, ma'am. You have 800 and something subscribers, sis.
But I mean,
I see you with your 72, sis. Come on.
I didn't even know that. I just happened to be looking. I'm like, who?
No, you guys get to, and right now I'm teetering at 30 something, but we all gonna get there. We get
yeah. It's just, but what I'm saying is, people are in an environment where they can click on or not click on, and even in real life, even though we know the massive place that aunties, good or bad, had in our lives. I had a mix of my church aunties, Lord, but we couldn't click them off. We are working with a generation of young women, and they can take us or leave us. But I mean, in a sense,
I was one of those, though. I'm older than probably, I don't know. I don't want to say I was around when Jesus was, but I'm just saying I'm about 862 years old. And well,
you're still right. Jesus is eternal. You're still right. He's eternal. So you got you. Either way, Alpha and Omega. You're good. You're good. You're up in there.
No, and the thing is, I was that young woman, right? Who was basically the reason I was accepted as I was because my grandmother, because I challenged all of it. Like, this is dumb. I don't understand, and And I think my actual physical aunts took a lot of time trying to get me to like, get with the program. And I'm like, no, that don't even sound like it makes sense. Nah, I don't want to be married. Why you keep having kids? I keep having kids because I like having sex. I put my legs in a V and I took care of those said children. I was already an RN, and I, like a lot of young women today, although it was unheard of, you
Did
know,
she say she was
25, 30 years ago. Huh?
That's
Wait
what
a
she
minute.
said. That is exactly what
Because
we
I
heard.
literally,
It's
I,
her show.
Sure did. I sure did.
I didn't
Mhm.
I
And
didn't
I didn't want to be married to them because they put on a fake face. And when it came time to be there and be accountable and choose their children, they did not. And if you ain't choosing my babies, you can't be here. You can't. So I didn't want to be married. I'm like, and plus, y'all all look miserable. Y'all saying a whole lot of shit, but I be watching. And I was one of those children who my grandmother taught me watch and listen. And that's what I taught my daughter. Watch people's behavior, including mine, right? And be
right.
able to call it what it is. Don't make it look good because I happen to be wearing the name tag mother, right? And when she and I had a conversation, because you are going to be at odds with other women who are powerful, because we also haven't, we've been, since we've been enslaved here, taught that we have to do all of this competing and shit.
Yep.
Listen, I don't need to compete. That I don't have competition. So definitely my daughter is in competition. But one of the things I know that was rare about my grandmother is she opened up space for me to expand my power. Okay. And I did the same thing for my daughter. I opened up space for her to expand her power. Are we going to bump heads? Yeah, we're both very powerful goddess form. But I, as the woman who was graced to be the creator of her body, right? She is still goddess born, and in that way, she is my equal, right? So while I am her mother, and I did what I needed to do as her mother, she's not my equal as my daughter, but she's definitely my equal as goddess born. And as she's an adult, I needed to make sure that no man has ever raised their voice at her and walked away from that shit, allegedly. Her brother couldn't her brother couldn't put his hands on. You ain't putting did you think he was going? No, he never put his hands on his sister. She was supposed to grow up knowing that she's goddess born and she doesn't need to lower herself, make herself smaller, try to fix other people's fucking feelings. Okay? What she does have to do is be accountable and responsible for her own behaviors. And she got plenty checked on that shit. But of course, we were going to bump heads as she was getting older because she needed to be able to exert this power that I made sure she understood she had. And so a part of my job as her mom was to go out into the world with teachers and principals, allegedly, and little kids' parents, allegedly, and let them know that y'all life depends on her fucking happiness. So what you gonna need to do is get the hell out of her way. I don't care what you learned about Black women. I don't care what they told you. This is goddess born. And you don't want to do none of that. What you want to do is get with her. That's what you're going to do. And to have that type of power, and that's another thing. We have the power. We have so many powers as Black women, but we don't really discuss the power of our voice. Because if you look around, that's what people are so afraid of. Have y'all noticed that?
Yes.
Oh, Black women, keep your tone down. Don't talk in such and so. Oh, you're so angry.
Now, Miss Love,
I have the power of voice.
We're not gonna do this today.
I'm just telling you, we got the power of voice. So
right?
as an
Come
auntie
back to
with a
it because
voice, I
no,
want to make sure my nieces have a voice and I'm making space for them
but here,
to
but here,
express themselves.
here's the thing that I would challenge us. Miss
Mhm.
Lewis used her voice, and half of us was like, "Get it." There was a whole nother segment that was like, "Girl, don't say the quiet part out loud." That is somewhere where we, and I see Miss D trying to like bring it all together and like make
Mhm.
it all make sense. Because
Mhm.
in my opinion, when she said what she said, I was like, yes, absolutely. I don't know, she's not being unprofessional. And then, I think initial for us, because we have been so indoctrined to play the game, that
Mhm.
a lot of us do not realize this game is rigged, and it doesn't work for us if some of us are not willing to step outside the boundaries. Like the whole bus boycott, black people just are not that in unison. But certain things online, like how, what's his name, the dude from Houston, Miss D, y'all got out of here.
Oh, that one that found out that we can unify if we want to. The poor man who's sitting up there cooking that oxtail pasta for his life, Mr. Wayman D. Wesley II. That individual.
So all I'm saying is this: I think one, people using their voice is going to look different for a different generation, and we need to be okay with saying this is not something that I would do. But what I will not do is, I'm not going to demean you. I'm not going to dox you. I'm not going to berate you because you've decided to express in a different manner. I think it is quite lovely and beautiful how a lot of all other professionals started coming out saying the challenges of working with a particular demographic. The first two people that said that got fired, but now enough people are saying, like, no. When a waxer is like for hygiene, like, come on, come on. Come on. And she's saying for my mental health. And she didn't say, I don't want to work with a particular type of men. She said, I don't want to work with men. That's both y'all. None. I'm done. I'm done with couples counseling. And we've heard several people say this. And it goes back to the aunties can have a conversation on the YouTubes and talk about how we can help younger women, where we have someone making 16-hour lives that's older than all of us on a particular content creator.
That poor old man. Nothing better to do with his life. I mean, just
With a woman.
I'm trying to. I don't understand. That's a different conversation. I don't understand that phenomenon. It's just like I don't have 16 hours. In fact, I have to jump off here and do. I actually have stuff to accomplish away from accomplishing this. But it's just like, how did you get 16 hours to talk about? But here's the thing about. There's a good link to the aunties conversation. Miss Lewis is not that much younger than us. That we would. I don't think she's that much younger than us. But we.
Who?
Well, no. Well, I'm. You know what? I don't
No,
know.
no. She's got to be in her 20s.
Okay, then maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I'm giving her mid to late 20s.
Two aunties, three aunties who mean well can have different opinions about that. But like I
Yes.
said, we're still the discovery generation. We're still learning that we can have different opinions about it, and all of us come in here and bring these opinions together. Because when
Okay.
I look
Hold
at the Miss Lu-
hold on. Wait. This has got to be addressed. And Miss Love dropped the link. And Tori, if you want to come up, and you don't have to have your face, just have the background. But I keep seeing you say, why not just the term friend? Because my friends are not like my aunties. They do not have the same influence. They do not. I have fantastic friends. But if it comes to something and my auntie is advising me, the weight is different. So I don't know if it's just a personal connection. Um, Again, I'm Southern. So you saw me, I almost like took my breath back when confidence was like, my daughter and I are the same level. And I was like, wait, whoa. And she was like, no, as God is born. I'm like, oh, okay, because I'm never going to be on the same level as my mom. She can do everything wrong. That is still my mother. And there is still a level of reverence that I'm going. We don't have to be in community. We ain't got to talk. I ain't got to be around you. But that's how I got here. So I'm not on her level because I didn't birth her. She birthed me. Period. Point blank. It is what it is. When you start talking about aunties and relationships, my son and my niece, or my son and my sister, are closer in age than we are. That is still his auntie. There are still some lessons, even if it's things that she doesn't do great, that he can benefit from. But I'm also someone that I don't call my aunties or uncles without a proper title. I'm the only one. My cousins call my mom by her name. I find that to be completely disrespectful because there is a level of reverence. So when people say, like, well, why is it about your age? Well, because, baby, people die every day. And if you maintained and God has blessed you to be on this planet still, then God still has purpose for you. And we're not on the same level. And I'm not going to do that. Like, it's going to rub some people all the way wrong. My niece will never be on the same level as me. She never will. I want her to know everything that I know, and I want to protect her from as much as possible. But if I'm 42, 43, and she's 14, when is she going to be on my level? Ever?
Well, here's what I'm gonna just interject this. You know, because I think we need these different perspectives. I remember that conversation constantly growing up, right? You respect this person because they're whoever, or they're this age, or those things.
Mm-hmm.
And I did not. That worked out for you as Tiff because you had people who honored you as a young woman.
Mm-hmm.
But there are a lot of us who did not get that type of thing. And we were told, like I was told, after my father would, I've said this before, and I don't mind divulging information about myself because I know so many young women are going through this and far worse. But for me to be 8 years old when I first go and live with them, and he makes me strip naked and has me lay across the bed to beat me because I dropped something, right? I don't even know these people, my birth parents, like that. I grew up with my grandparents who were devoted to me, right? That is very different from from the animalistic monster nature of my parents. And my mother was an RN, so she looked like, oh, isn't she da 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 da? She would stand there and watch it. So so there, while I had to teach my daughter that there is a reverence you're going to need to have for me. We had that conversation when she was like 15, not just respect, because we've been talking about respect since we were little. But I also had a respect for her. I also had a respect for her brother, right? And older people didn't feel like they needed to respect that you were a human being. And so that in and of itself makes us equal as human beings. Now, how you are, and that's what we're talking about as aunties, who's an auntie and who's not, right? Just because, this is what I taught my daughter, just because somebody got a name tag don't mean that they get to do any of the fucking above, including me. Okay? It wasn't my mother, simply because she had a name tag, did not mean she got to feed me to my father. Okay? And then I'm supposed to this. But you know who interjected in that? Even that, my grandmother didn't know what was going on out in California. My mother made sure of that shit. But my grandmother would say, I just need you to take care of your mom and do the best you can. She knew who my mother was, but she didn't know the depths and the links of that, how I was being tortured, bitten at night, bitten. So let's not, we can't conflate the fact that some of us have been tortured and tormented by the people who are supposed to love us the most. And then to have my mother put me in a tub of Epsom salt so that I wouldn't have the marks, right? So she could hide that shit when I went to school and all of that. And then tell me, oh, your father really loves you. Baby girl, that's not love. And see what I'm saying? So
See,
we're
so
not
let me.
all having these same experiences as one another. And we're
I
saying,
hear you.
yes, we can give grace to older Black women. We really can. On the other hand, I understand my mother and Jimmy Crack Corn. I don't give a fuck.
And
Okay.
see
Because
for hold
I
on.
did not, I didn't pass that down to my daughter. And what I passed down to my daughter was when she was 14 or so, saying, you are going to have a reverence for me. And here's why: because I am dedicated to you. I have dedicated myself to you. Can't nobody fuck with you. Can't nobody mess with you. Can't nobody talk to you crazy. Can't nobody, do all the most. She was a very kind child. She's a very good friend. She's very loyal. And I don't understand when we have people, no matter what their age is, that are lights to us, that we do everything to fucking destroy them. And so I think there's a place for us as aunties in this day and age to start to go, okay, yes, I know more of this because I've had these experiences. And
So um,
time,
so
at the same time, they have too, right? They might
okay.
not have had the same ones we had or come to the same conclusion that we have, but they don't. I guess the thing is, for me, you don't need to honor me as an auntie when I am not trustworthy. Okay? If you can trust me because you've been watching my behavior and you know how I'm gonna get down, okay? Some of my behavior you might not like, but you're gonna be able to say, oh hell, love is gonna do this, this, and this. Let's get
So
down on that shit,
so
right? Okay.
here's
So I think we have to
here's
look
what
at it,
here's what
you
I'll say.
know?
When you're talking about abuse, many of us have the same story. Many of us
Yes.
were traumatized at night. Many of us need a nightlight. I still need my TV on at night. The person that abused me was someone that my mother brought into our home to try to help. And her trying to help someone else affected me. But what I had to find out was, why was my mom this willing to help people? Well, because she had been put out at a very young age. So the difference for me is I don't hold my mother in a particular way of she did what she knew. She did what
Yes.
she knew, but she
Yes.
also, if everyone is full of trauma, if everyone has been touched, if everyone has been abused, if everyone has been cheated on, if there was a particular behavior that I can say it's devastating because, oh my God, how did you go through this? My mother is an Irish twin. How do you go back to the doctor 6 weeks later and you pregnant already? This man didn't think enough of you to even allow your body to heal. How do you reconcile with that? So for me, just me personally, I look at the things that my mom, my grandmother, my great grandmother went through, and all I can say is, there but the grace of God go I. I am my ancestry. I am
Yeah.
allowed to heal. And I refuse to not be healed and to not hold the reverence because these people were harmed and damaged. You said your mom was 1920 something. My grandfather
No, that was my grandmother.
your
My mother was born in 1940, but it was all Jim Crow.
my grandfather was born in 1910.
Mm-hmm.
And
All Jim Crow.
and in East Texas, sundown towns. Miss D, I know you know. So again,
Yeah,
I again
1899 and 1911, my
when we,
grandparents.
when we start talking about certain things, I think the other thing is maybe just, and I don't want to say culturally, I mean culturally in the sense of where we live, there are just certain things that myself as a Southern woman, I'm not. Like I
Mhm.
can think you are very nasty and
Mhm.
rude and uncouth, but I'm just not coming at a particular person at a particular way. But I also was raised to hear, if you don't honor your mother and father, what? The days of your life will be shortened. Now, what I have now been able to process that is like, if I cannot respect my mom in a loving manner, if we can't have a decent conversation, then I respect you enough to say, I'm not my best person right now for you. So we probably don't need to have this conversation. So it's not necessarily taking it,
Yeah.
but just me personally, I I I I love the term auntie. I look forward. Well, I'm a bonus granny now. I look forward to being a granny. I look forward to being a lolly and a pop. I look forward to being a great grandma. So for me, those titles mean something. But it might just be like, it's like me and Juneteenth. Juneteenth is new for a lot of y'all. Juneteenth means something different
Yes.
to me.
Yes. And see, Tiff, see, I love that. Because this is what I would always get from like the people around me. Um, honor their father and their mother so that your days will be long, right? Well, I always went to the next verse. And
Yeah.
that's where I landed. Um, provoke not your children to wrath.
Thank you.
Hmm?
That's the
How about
next
that? How
next
about you
verse.
provoke not your children to wrath? All the things that black people went through Jim Crow and all of these things, the last thing, you didn't treat white women like that, but it was okay for my father to treat me like that. Huh?
It reminds me of that. Was it Nikki Giovanni and Langston? Not Langston.
No, it was James.
James Baldwin. You
Mm-hmm.
lie to everyone else, lie to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That that's what she said to him.
yeah.
But see, this is
So
the
so if
thing.
you want to do that, okay, cool.
But
But
see, this is the thing.
how come white women get away with this shit all day?
Miss Love, we're not gonna let you do that now. Let Miss D in, because we know once you get on our the children of the chalk, we're gonna go somewhere else. I and
Lord,
I'm gonna
well, you
do
know what? I can work the children of chalk in. Remember that they destroyed all natural boundaries in our ancestors. So we still are in the process of discovering. A lot of times black women are called masculine because we actually understand responsibility.
that.
Responsibility is actually human. So it's a part of our human part. Rights, roles, responsibilities. These are actually all different things, but they all work together. Honor thy father and thy mother, that it may be well with thee, that thou mayest live long on the land the Lord thy God is giving thee. Okay, but the next verse does say, and when you have it quoted in the New Testament, fathers, provoke not the children to wrath. And with it being understood that given that the way the at the time the Bible was written, it's to a very patriarchal world, but that also would include parents in this sense. We are still learning as black people. We have a lot of titles that were handed to us. We had a language that we had to learn. These things were supposed to mean something, but we were not allowed, our foremothers were not allowed access to this. Our forefathers were not as well. We're not talking about them, but we're just being fair. They were not allowed access to having boundaries to learn, okay, here's the limits of things, because we were raised to allow people to run over us without limits. And sometimes, if we're not conscious, as we get older, we will sometimes lean back into that programming, which is why you can have such a vast difference. I'm much closer to Tiff. My family's from Texas also. So I'm much closer to, I call myself a Western Belle. I've been in California all my life. I'm in San Francisco. I'm modern enough to understand it, but I'm still basically Southern because of the way I was raised. My aunts and great aunts and grandmother, my parents had me around all of them all the time. My church is still that church that would, you drop it on the street in Texas, it would still work. But here's the thing that makes the balance. As a Christian, everybody, my mother and I are both sisters in Christ, but we respect the created order.
Mm-hmm.
She gave birth to me.
Say it again.
We respect the created order. She gave birth to me. But as sisters in Christ, we have equal value, equal worth, and we have responsibility to do our roles correctly. I am to honor and respect her. She's not supposed to make my life miserable to be doing that. She's not supposed to abuse me. And when it works correctly, then the line works. But as Black people, we're still right now in 2023 beginning to talk about, okay, here's what happened, here's what should have happened. And by the way, can we all agree on a standard to be used? We're still formulating that. So people younger than us are listening to us formulating it, but they are the first generation that, Stephanie Perry is out here talking to people who are 2025 who can decide whether or not they even want to be here and do this Black woman in America thing anymore. So they're, and I'm not saying we don't have those options. We're just not the same age as we are considering the options. I have students who have been abused and abandoned by parents. I can't ask them to have the same understanding, given what that has done. We talk about epigenetics, we talk about what happens to the brain. I can't expect them to have the same understanding about what honor thy father and thy mother looks like. I remember I said to one, I said, look, it does not mean enabling him and abusing you. Get out of there. It does not mean, in the Christian sense, honoring someone never means enabling them to sin, ever. So, what do? Do they still remain your parents? Yes. Sometimes you have to honor people by allowing them to experience the consequences of their foolishness. Sometimes the most honoring thing you can do, sometimes, is to let people know, if you keep on doing this, one of two things is going to happen. If you are saved, Father's going to get you. And then that does happen. Just wait. If you're not saved, you turning up that temperature. You are at about 5,000. You trying to get it to 5,500. Sometimes honoring people is just, my students know that they can come to me. This big voice can be very rattling to a child. So they have a right to come to me and be like, Miss Deanne, that was scary. So that my role is not to hurt them.
Yes.
But some Black women, even our age, have not yet experienced a relationship with authority that is doing what you're talking about, love, that expands the room for them to be human, that expands the room to be, the argument that we're having about Black men and women is basically this same conversation about, okay, but sir, you want all this authority, but am I going to be allowed to be a free human being?
They're
One
dumb.
this, but I'm saying the generational argument and
It
discussion is
it
the
ain't
same. It's
because you
it's 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 a,
out
it's
one group is just saying like, hey, I can get what Tori is saying, like, hey, at the end of the day, we don't have does there need to be a hierarchy? I can get with you on that. Like when Black women start raping Black men the same, start taking Black men out the same, start being derelicts and degenerates, going all over the United States and now outside of the United States to be derelict and degenerate and to create kids and still not, no, I'm not in community with those people. It's not the same.
but I'm
If we
saying
don't, that no, and we ain't been the same since the Moors.
Let
no. But what I'm saying is this argument is about, who do I give the right to speak into my life in an authority position, whether you call it my mother or auntie
Not
or
no men.
husband. Well, I mean, but I'm just saying the nature of the argument is the same. Who, as a human being, do I give the right to have a hierarchical position? Now, there is created order. Obviously, mother, father, they brought you here, not the other way. But in terms of as an adult, who you allow to counsel you, some
yes.
people assume that it just comes with them having a certain anatomy. We're not even talking about that right now, but I'm saying that's the same mental place. It is hard for us to accept as slightly older women. None of us are old here. That if you were raised in an environment where both mother and father dropped the ball, that means that there's no, I know children that are being raised by their great grandmother. So if you're under 70 and a woman, you ain't need to go over there and say nothing to them, because all these generations of people have failed. So there is no way that I can do anything in their life without first proving to them that I came to help them. Because nobody with this smooth skin got it right at the beginning. And so when people say, why do we need a hierarchy? That's also a recognition of what's happened in our community. The hierarchies have failed. And there's an argument to be made, but that may be another show. It is possible to look at the whole hierarchical system of the United States of America and make an argument that not only are we dealing with this in the Black community, but that is actually a microcosm of people losing trust in any kind of authority because all of it is failing. So I'm an auntie because that's my archetype. But does anybody have to receive me as that? I have no children. I'm single. So there's nobody on this earth. I can't call on the created order because I'm older. I am no one's natural mother. So I have to go and prove why should I be allowed this position in everybody's life. But the nice thing about it is I don't have to take them home. I ain't got to feed them. There's good and bad, but
I don't even believe you on that, because you done brought some babies home and fed them too.
well, yeah, yes, but I didn't have to, is what I'm saying. They didn't come from me. I took them as that was what I was called to do. But I'm saying I can't say.
Not, is that not? So to me, that and I know we need to finish, but Tori's here.
No. Actually, I want to have Tori, because you asked Tori to come up. Yeah. I want her to be able to speak.
Yeah, I wanted Tori to speak, and then Miss D, I wanted us to come back and circle back to something that Alicia is saying, and she's talking about, I think, the abuse of elders, especially using the wisdom of the honor thy mother, thy father. But we'll let Tori hop in.
It can be overdone, but
I definitely think we need to come back to that. Miss Tori.
Well, hello, Miss Tori.
Hey, Tori.
I'm doing good. Now, who done dragged me up here, Tiff? I'm supposed to be eating my shortbread cookies and minding my business.
Hi, Chef.
Did you bring some cookies for us? We've been talking about those cookies all day now.
Hi, Chef.
I told y'all about this auntie foolishness before. I just don't. I think that in a familial sense, like, you know, if you refer to someone as your aunt, and in a family sense, that's fine. Even if it's someone that, you know, that you look up to in your life every day as an auntie type, that's fine also. But I also can look at someone as an auntie type, but I can also look at them and still consider them a friend. That I don't necessarily have to refer to them as my auntie, you know, just because they're older. I actually think it's a little bit disrespectful at times. That just because a woman is older, or a Black woman is older, that she's automatically referred to as an auntie versus still just a person.
I should come up here and be Oprah and Gail. She's still gonna be Oprah and I'm Gail. Oprah do not want to be called an auntie.
I don't have a problem with anyone calling me an auntie, but I mean, I have people, you know, even when you were saying, I think before about, you know, your children having a certain, you know, respect for you. You know, my daughter calls me mom. You know, sometimes when I'm getting on her nerves, she'll be like, Tori.
But
really?
She's joshing you. She's not.
Right. But growing up, that's not something that would have even been allowed to play around with, you know, for myself growing up, to call my mom or grandmother or great grandmother by their first name at all. It took me a long time to even realize what the heck their first names were. You know, and I just,
Yep.
I think that, you know, because there has been so much generational trauma for Black women, that the relationships, as much as I love Black women, I cannot deny the harm, while still extending grace to my mother and my grandmother and all of the women that came before me, that the harm has still been done. And I don't owe you respect or reverence just because of your age. You're not gonna get it. You know, I'm tell you right now,
Let,
you're not going to get that automatically um
so let me ask you a
from
follow.
me.
You literally just said it took me a long time to learn their names. Do we think because we take autonomy away, because mom is just mom and mom is not Tori, or granny is just granny and she's not Lolly, that we give the responsibility of almost like this superhero, and we don't see the humanity in these women that love us?
That is
Because
true, but I also think that they also many times never allowed for you to be able to see their humanity, you know, because they wanted to oftentimes be seen in a particular light. So how can I look at you in a certain way, or you know, to see your humanity or what it is that you've experienced or gone through, because they shut those, they have shut those parts of themselves off because they were just always on survival mode. So I cannot see who you are,
but you
and that's
just
never a side that you show.
but Tori, you just said it. And I guess that's where I am. If I know that you've always been in survival mode, you never got the chance to develop. Like, I've been going to counseling since I was 30. My mama was 52 the first time she went to a counselor. It wasn't available to her. It was not available. And counseling for so I'm really starting to wonder if this is in a Miss, okay, Miss Love, here, write another one down. Miss D, y'all get ready. I really wonder, the women that got taught to pray it away versus the women that got taught to process.
A good
That's
Is
conversation by itself.
Do you get what I'm saying? Because
Yes.
they had prayer and nothing else. I have a
that's
feeling
true.
where I can say, like, I'm feeling this way, this way, this way. I can say, when you, I feel I want. You know what, mom, when you would interrupt me, I feel like you're not listening to me and it frustrates me. And I want us to not have this kind of communication. So what can we do better? I literally was put out of my mother's house last night because she was like, here you go with this feelings. And I'm just like, at the end of the day, if you don't get it, I have two younger nieces and a nephew and a son and his friends that are going to hear this language, and that's going to help them. And yes, I'm making you uncomfortable. And in that, I'm not even sorry for that, because in that respect, so love, this is where I can say there's an opportunity where daughters get to grow their mothers or their aunties if they're
Yeah,
willing to grow.
If they're
yeah.
willing.
Because I'll tell you, my daughter and my relationship, we can't get closer than what we are. I swear, I keep thinking, how can we be any closer than what we are, right? But at the same time, again, it's something that Miss D was saying, but from using Christian language, right? You're all one in Christ. So, you're all loved in Christ. You're all the same in Christ. But that doesn't mean there aren't some differences. I think where I agree with Tori is that person needs to earn the title, not just because you put a name title right here and it says mother, father, aunt, uncle, whatever. You need to earn that. If indeed that's what you want to be. And we cannot put it on the children what we did or didn't do, or what our foreparents did or didn't do. But the other part of this is, I do think that it, I like that question about being between, you know, the women who were taught to pray on it and the women that were taught to process it, later, right? But what I will say is that so many Black women were processing it. Here's the difference, though. Here's what I really think is the difference. We were taught to keep secrets. And so we didn't pass on necessary knowledge that helped our younger the ones coming after us, or us coming after our parents or whatever, or our aunties, not telling us the absolute truth of what happened with them, so that we could really understand that they're not just holding a title, they actually have experienced these things. So you can't tell my daughter anything about me, even my alleged behavior. You can't tell her anything about me.
You're killing me with that allegedly.
There's nothing about me that she doesn't know. She knows I'm an apex predator. She knows I'm kind and compassionate. She knows that I will reach down and raise hell, and put people in different apartments in there and shit, and then make them do the most, right? Around her, right? So allegedly, she knows all about me, but I didn't hold back the terror I experienced as a child, or the great devotion I got from my grandparents. I can never, ever, ever, ever think to repay. The best
So,
I can do is
so
be good to other people in
as
a
we're
way, in that way. And so I think we
talking
have come to some good stuff,
about,
right?
as we're
That
talking about devotion, though, hold on one second. I want to take some time to recognize QB, Tori Doll, True Mystique, Alicia, Michaela,
yes. Miss
Tori,
Invincible songwriter.
um, who else? True Mystique, Panda, Q from Level Up Next Single Mom, Jason, QB, we got True, we got Nicole. Hey, Nicole. Every time I see her name now, I just see that meme. Nicole. so I think that's all of us. Everybody that's here, everybody that's hanging out with us, everybody that's working this out. And trust me, we're four different women with four different ways. Oh, Invisible Summer, hey boo, hey boo, hey boo, hey boo. Um, y'all know me as the, what do y'all be calling me? The multiverse.
The multiverse creator.
The multiverse creator. It is with my most sincerest desire that not near another generation go through the things that we went through. Like, let us be the last pick me's, let us be the last aging out, let us be the last people feeling stressed to have kids, let us be the last of, maybe having an honor code that doesn't honor us. Let us be willing enough to be and say, like, I love my family, but you're not safe for me. I really pray that this is it. This is like, I do not in any way, shape, or form want to be having the same conversations in 10 years with my niece. I will feel like I didn't do something right. So maybe me not saying, maybe not a hierarchy, but just I've lived enough life to be able to see certain circumstances, and I'm not God, but sometimes we can see how it's going to play out. I mean, and we're not going to call particular names out, but we've had some content creators get married that, all of a sudden they dressing modestly. We've had some content that's my man and us to death, my man, my man, my man. We've had content creators that all of a sudden, you had a whole book study in a book club and you working on your PhD, and we see a pregnancy announcement. So when we start talking about peer to peer, like that's not something you're not going to see from an older woman. That's just typically. Now, there's always a rhyme or reason, y'all. If it get loud, it's because that man done walked into the house. But anyway, yeah, that man. Uh, you love him to death. But I'm just saying, we're at a very unique space where you can say love is married and Miss D is, waiting on God, and I'm married, and Tori done been there, done that.
Minding my business.
Is you know?
I make it do what it do.
I gotta put my Baptist finger up for just a second. I'll be back, but we gotta do the kitchen changeover because my parents coming in
Yes.
at
Oh,
5.
absolutely.
So I need to make sure they
Yes.
have. But I'll be back as soon as I can. But I gotta get the kitchen ready for them. I'll be right back.
We're going to do a certain thing, but it seems like we're enjoying this. So do we need to, you good on time, everybody else? Yes. Tori, love.
Yes, I think we can. I think we should do another half hour.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Okay. So Miss D, switch
Okay.
out. Okay, Tori. So let me ask you a question because you talked about, hey, babe, what's that? Oh, thank you.
Love it.
Huh?
I love that picture of Miss D.
I know.
I love that picture.
I know. Let me see. No, y'all. So, Tori, these books. Why you didn't say the cookbooks was like encyclopedias? So I've had.
You don't listen. You don't listen. Because you
I
don't
do
listen.
listen.
You don't. You hard-headed. You hard-headed. And you still ain't got them knives.
I do. Well, okay, you're right on that. That's my next thing.
Okay, women. So we've talked about a lot of things here, and we have so many great comments in the comments section.
Oh yeah, you want to go through it?
Right. Well, I didn't want to go through it as much as I wanted to, just I think we were picking up points throughout the comments, and this idea of what does an auntie look like these days?
Oh, wait.
Do
You see what Kayla said? She said the last pick me's and mammies. Y'all, can I
well,
say?
that's what you, girl, ain't that what you said?
No,
Ain't that what you said? You said you want this to be the last generation. You want us to be the last generation of pickies and mammies, didn't you?
I didn't use those words, but
Yeah, you did.
dang.
I love you. I love you, Pip. You know.
Okay, can we write this down? Because I am struggling with that, the pick me and the mammies and the this, that, and the other. Because at the end of the day, a mammy is how a lot of us got through it. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't think the younger generation made it something else. Y'all remember when
people said
do y'all remember when capping? Okay, these younger people, they're like, oh, capping, it means you're lying. But remember when
they say
cap? Okay. Well, remember when capping was akin to a rap battle with two of the funniest people in your class?
But that wasn't capping though. That was popping. Like there's a difference between you popping and snapping. But like, what was the word you just used? You say it again.
Capping.
Capping. So there's a difference. So capping is this. Like, okay, I'm trying to think of somebody that we all could relate to. Chris Rock. He's capping. Like he's capitalizing off of this slap. Like, who was talking about this nigga before Will Smith? Like, boo. And then it's, oh, what's the selective outrage? It's cap. Like, when you watched his special about his ex-wife, it's cap. But
Yeah.
when you talk about like snapping, that to me is like when you see Kevin Hart and then a man of many children, Nick Cannon go at each other. Or like wilding out. Like,
right, that's what I'm saying. We called it capping. Not we didn't call it snapping, we called it capping, but that could have been a California like affectation of it, right? But you know, my point is that the we are at a crossroads where we're saying if we're going to because Auntie has a huge history that is ancient. It's not just something that appeared in the last, 400 years that we've been here, enslaved here, right? It is an ancient affectation, and it does equal what white people have termed mother daughter crone, right? And so a wise woman who is there to uplift, like I said, hold sacred, and give knowledge and wisdom and understanding to people, right? And then show them by their behavior that they can be trusted as those women in their lives who actually now have you have been using wisdom, because you can also have an older Black woman who haven't learned shit, still doing the same shit in their 60. Okay. Same dumbass shit. And so I'm saying, if I think it's two parts. I think Black women who are older or not or whatever, because to me my daughter's very wise and she's only 23, right? We have a lot of women that we have relationships with in Discord, and they are young and they have wisdom as well, right? Because wisdom is applying the knowledge and understanding in everyday damn actions, right? Not keeping shit the same. That's not wisdom when it wasn't working in the first place. So you're going to keep doing what's not working. Well, how is somebody coming through going to look at you and go, yeah, I want to do a bunch of shit that ain't worked for you and ain't working now, and now you 64 and you still doing the same damn shit. So I think that's part of the contention when it comes to us as a whole, no matter what our age is, right? People come to my daughter because she understands how to watch people's behaviors. She does what all of you have said here. She can kind of look into the future and see how you behaving now and the usual consequences for that. Yes, she can do that at 23 years old. So people, even though she looks like a baby, people think she's very wise. They come to her a lot, plus she's an empath. And when you have, when the way I see Black women, right? We all know I call us goddess born, but I want to be clear about something about that too. Just one little piece of it. It is never a put down, right? I'm not calling us what those words. I can't stand the words and the definitions now. What the hell? A pig girl? What? No, we ain't call nobody that. If you ain't gonna do that, no, I am gonna say this. If you ain't doing that with white women, don't do it with nobody, okay? Because no. So I'm just saying, if you can go to her, or she can walk into a room and she brings this wonderful light and she helps to uplift people just by her presence. My God, don't let her open her mouth. Then my job as the goddess born warrior, because she's goddess born, but not a goddess born warrior, right? She is a goddess born healer. And the way she heals is psychological. Like she can really just talk you through things. She has this innate, hold on, she has this innate thing with people.
Never said that.
So here's what I'm saying about it.
You've never said
If she is like this, and I see other Black women like this, I have every obligation to make sure that they have a safe space to be all of who they are. We have Black women out here healing the world because that's what we do the best. And then we got people constantly targeting us. Why are you trying to target the people who are the light, the compassion, the kindness, the people who uplift you, who love on you, who take care of everybody's children? We don't care if a Negro peon walks away. They want to say, well, I don't like the mother anymore, so the children goodbye. Listen, girl, I don't care if I don't like you, sir. I chose my children. So I'm going to be right here no matter how much I like you. So I just need for us to really start to look at that we are going to have to change some language about how, so that we can hold Black women sacred, uplifted, and protected, because nobody is going to do that. We have to start that, because we know everything a Black woman starts, it just becomes the thing to do. So let's start looking at how we can really make space, right? We've had our adventures, we still having some. I'm not gonna tell you how I broke my knee a few years ago. Okay, anyway.
That stuff. So
I don't want to talk about it right now. Okay, I'm still not over it. No, Gary, my husband. No. Okay, right, the letter H. Okay, that's all I can say. But I'm going to tell you this. With my daughter, shouldn't I, when I recognize how incredible she is, shouldn't I do everything to ensure her safety? Shouldn't I do everything to make room for her to spread that light without being attacked? Shouldn't I do everything to uplift her? Shouldn't I do everything to make sure that all these people out here, you're gonna hold her sacred too, and you're gonna hold her protected too? And I just think that that's what needs to happen for us as Black women. We are such incredible people. When I call us goddess board, I can't even understand sometimes how people are like, why are you saying that? That's too much. Blah, blah, blah. But hold on.
I'm gonna stop.
I'm gonna say this. Let me finish this thought. I'm gonna just say this, Tiff. Hold on. Listen, I don't mean anybody any harm. I'm just telling you the light and the beauty and the incredibleness I see in Black women, and that it tears me apart that people are targeting you as Black women when you do the most. You there for the children. You there for you there to be the aunties if you are the aunties. You're there to be the moms, the grandmothers, all of these wonderful things. Then you in the community helping everybody else, and then you trying to fix the society. And we're gonna have people trying to tear down us, the people who love on all of these people. We don't be choosing violence. Well, not me personally, allegedly, but most of us don't be choosing violence. Most of us. You know what I'm saying? So why is this world allowed to treat Black women the way they are? Well, I, for one, am not having it, right? Because I just see how incredible we are. And I know what we've done. I've studied our ancient past. And for me personally, no, you can't just roll up on Black women and be saying crazy shit. Nope. You can't just roll up on Black women and be targeting them. Nope. I'm not having it. I'm just not going to do it. So I'm sorry, Tiff. Go ahead.
Okay, so 3 things. I'm glad Miss D came right back on time. Number 1, Miss Tori. Book club, I'm ready. Those of
It's
you
a
that
good
are
time.
book club, this is it. We're
It's
starting.
very good. I read that. Well, I listened to it at night. Yeah.
Well, we're
Love
starting
it.
this, and it needs to. I think Tori can give more details on that.
Okay.
Number two, you said something, and we talk all the time, but this is the first time that I heard you say, "My daughter is a healer." So I think for someone like myself, I can deal with healer. I'd have no desire to be a warrior. Like I'm
Right.
team off life.
Right.
So I think that incorporating warrior, healer, different descriptives of how we show up in the world
Yes.
is going to be helpful for us.
Hmm.
And then Miss D is back. So we're talking about aunties, and I had this thought. I thought about Moses. Wasn't Moses adopted by an auntie?
In essence, an Egyptian auntie. And her backstory, if she is, can we just agree that Cecil B. DeMille's timeline is not right for that story? Moses' auntie may have actually been Hatshepsut.
Hmm.
Because you got to consider, who would this person be who knew she was powerful enough to go against her father's direct orders? It may
Yes.
be, because we know he's probably in the time of Thutmose, that whole line of people, if you do your mathematics. But basically, that's what happened. She saw the child and she had compassion. She knew it was one of the Hebrew children. She knew it was what she was supposed to do, was drown that child. She's like, nah, I ain't doing it. Mm-mm.
I mean,
Nope.
because
Yeah.
typically
It
when
would throw it out of a timeline though
he,
if
he's like
had
an
such that was actually his foster mother, right? His
It's
auntie,
possible. They're in
right?
there because Ten Commandments timeline has it in a whole different set of pharaohs. Cecil B. DeMille
Right.
was way off, but we think that Moses comes along between Thutmose, somewhere between Thutmose 2 and Thutmose 4. And the reason that we know this is because when the Bible says there arose a Pharaoh who knew not Joseph, we know that in Egypt, the Hyksos kings, who
Hmm.
were the rulers of Egypt at the time of Joseph, had been deposed by actual Egyptians again by the time we open up the book of Exodus, which is why. And if you think about it, it's not the Egyptians were concerned because the Jews were seen as allies of the Hyksos. And that explains why they would suddenly turn and subjugate them. But if that is right, then we're going to get Moses somewhere up there close to when Egypt had its own rulers again. And that's how there's research that says his mother may have been, his foster mother may have been Hatshepsut.
Yeah,
She would
and
have been
then
a lot
those
younger
later
than.
years after that would make sense after he left, right? The Exodus, she ruled for like 40 years
Because,
as
because it, the other thing the Ten Commandments did wrong was that they let the Pharaoh survive. But we know that the next male ruler would have been Thutmose the Fourth, but there's a gap. And
mm-hmm.
there is a whole document called the Dream Stella, whereby he has to justify why he is not the son of the sitting Pharaoh who came before him. So that's where they think that's maybe why Hatshepsut got to be female Pharaoh in the first place. And if that is true, then that's either Moses's foster mother or that's an actual auntie, actually.
Yes.
So
so
you're right, Tiff.
so I next Bible study, I think especially if she ruled for 40 years and
Yes.
we've been taught that women aren't supposed to lead and you're not supposed to be in the pulpit and you I think that that would probably be a very interesting
Yeah, but she was Egyptian. She
She was
wasn't.
Egyptian. Of course, they weren't
Yeah, so that
subject
wouldn't
to any.
necessarily.
They weren't subject to any of that.
come on
Um,
Tori, come on chef.
I'm just saying. I mean,
yes,
I know you mentioned earlier about um, I think something along the lines of that you believe that depending on what someone believes, I guess religious wise, that they will be judged by their God according to that. So if they are Buddhist or Muslim or whatever the case is, I think that um, I guess that makes sense for a person that is in that faith to believe that. I think as someone who is a believer and professes faith in Christ, I don't agree um with that. Um
We can agree to disagree with that. Nobody came back and told us what was right or wrong. And to me, I am not someone, I'm not believing in, what's it, the 144,000, or like, in my opinion, and this is my opinion, um, I don't need to put parameters on God. I know the Bible that I study, but I know that God is God. And I just, I'm not going to say, because to me, it's like, I mean, this is weird and we'll get off this subject, but Jeffrey Dahmer died a Christian versus somebody that might have been a Muslim and never done anything wrong. That person's going to hell and Jeffrey Dahmer's not. Like, that's a whole nother subject. That's a whole nother thing. But that doesn't work for me, and that's okay. And if I'm wrong, then me and God, I'll have a conversation. I'll be just like, hey, Jesus is my homeboy. Say, dog, I was wrong. Okay, what I need to do. Okay, keep going.
I just laughed because technically this never taught, but Jesus is our elder brother. So, I mean, I don't know if I would roll with hey bro, but there is some room there.
Hey, bro. Say,
There
bro.
is some room there. Like you would talk to the older brother who loves you and looks
Yeah.
out for you. There is some room there. And this goes to the whole conversation about there is room to grow. Now, just to take what Tori just said, and I'll work this back to us as aunties. There is actually room for both of these opinions because here is what Christianity actually says. By any standard that you put up, you're going to fail it as a human being. So whether you came up to Buddha or Yahweh himself, you're going to fail it. And then what happens? If there's a standard by which, but it's not something that can be resolved because we all do not have to believe the same things. As those of us who are believers, these things will be worked out as we grow. And here's the thing about being an auntie. We are still learning how to have you know that 40 years ago or 100 years ago, four black women could not have this conversation. We would have been damning someone to somebody would have been damning somebody to hell for even suggesting some of the things we've talked about. And I wouldn't even escape because no very few people would have had enough knowledge of the Bible to understand it. You mean to tell me we don't have to wear white? What? You wore pink and purple polka dots to the service. We have the room to discuss these issues and allow each other, we can walk together and grow together. And as we learn how to do this as slightly older women, as we learn how to do this, then we are allowing ourselves to hold the space for each other. Then by I don't want to say automatically, it's always a choice. But as we learn to do this for each other, people kill each other over religious arguments. But we just said, well, we're going to disagree about that and still smile at each other and still love each other. We're breaking ground here. And as we as older black women, slightly older, lean into being able to treat one another this way, there are a lot of things that younger black women will be able to learn by watching us. We are very different people. Loved and I could sit up here and talk about, okay, Eastern Star versus actual biblical Christianity. And we could be on here for hours and it would be fascinating. And we would never agree, but we would be able to lay out in a respectful way, okay, if y'all want to make a decision between, this and this over here, I mean, we probably even know some of the ancient names for some of the same entities.
Yes.
But we don't have to try to kill each other. The people who had us in bondage, not us technically, but our foremothers lived with situations where they could be killed for disagreeing. Mm-hmm. And our aunties who have not healed still have carried some of that. I can destroy you for disagreeing. I've come to that place in my life. And this is why younger people do not have any trust in this concept. But as we heal and allow each other to grow and have our relationships with the higher authority, have our relationship. Now, like I said, in this room, we're not going to agree on who that is. But as you grow, not grow older, but as you grow in your humanity and allow other people to have theirs, and we don't even have the words quite in English for the concept I'm looking for. So much of what young people know, some of my nieces are now in their 20s, and one of them made it into her 30s. It just so happened that she was still a young teenager when I was grown and started tutoring her. So much of what they learned from me was not what I said. Now, I'm a pretty strong disciplinarian. My dad is military, and some of that kind of comes down. But I try to be strict, but also very fair. Give people a chance to explain this is what I was trying to do. Because sometimes people are messing up, but they're not even meaning to. The younger generation, as we learn this, will have the opportunity to watch us. And they're going to learn so much more from watching us treat each other with respect that they may then choose to then extend that respect. And but there's something that Confidence with Love said. There is also something to be said like 41 versus 14. I have a 14-year-old Sunday school student who challenges the you know what out of me. And I have to remind myself she's a sister in Christ. So I can't stand on being 41. This is a good question. Because she asked me, how am I supposed to believe in a God I can't even see, who isn't even tangible? First idea. I've been teaching you all your life. How? Second, Spirit says, nope, don't go there. Because that's what happened to everybody that grew up with you that's no longer in church and is out there on a journey that they're not prepared to take because they didn't learn enough in church, nor did they know what they've walked into. So don't do that. Let's talk about, okay, when we do Bible study, let's look up the archaeology. Let's look up the history. Let's find your image in scripture too, because you are a beautiful dark-skinned black and you're not being allowed to see yourself. So if what I'm teaching you is true, and I said, if you can't see anything else, what about the evidence of the people who are here? And she said, well, I believe partially because of the kindness that you have always shown me and the people in this church have always shown me and my mother. She believed, she's 14. We don't expect her to have major theology, although Jenny could wear you out. But, Lord, but we don't expect her to be able to do all the stuff that we can do. But in the sense that she has been able to watch my life, in the sense she has been able to watch the life of people that name the name of Christ, she is choosing. Half her family is Muslim. She does not, that's not, Christian is not the only choice available. She lives in San Francisco. Secular humanism is available. But because of what she sees and the evidence of the lives around her right now, she's walking with her Sunday school auntie right now. I've had students that have become Muslims, and I've said to them, okay, do me this favor. You know how I taught you the Quran? Find somebody you can sit down with who will teach you. I taught you the Bible. Find someone who's willing to teach you the Quran in the same way. And then you can make a decision. If you change your mind and you got questions, I'm always here. Because why? She had to be given the freedom as a human being to explore. And sometimes I feel like, although I'm not at that age and I cannot say for sure, I feel like younger people will not accord us the status that our foremothers had because they are instead leaning into, I have the freedom to choose or not choose you. And before us, that didn't exist. Part of their exploration feels a lot like rebellion against, okay, our life experience says we should know about this more than you do. But sometimes that person is still looking for space that we may not be able to give them at that moment. But as we remain in community with them and they see that, okay, I saw how she shared how she handled that situation. I don't know if I would do that, but there's something that is valuable. Maybe I'll talk to her again. Building those relationships, we just have to do. Our aunties did not have to do any work to have that status. The community accorded them that. We have to come, whether it's 14 or 41 or 42. We have the awesome responsibility and the privilege to not have just inherited a status over younger people. We have the awesome responsibility and privilege to be able to live with one another and build a real sisterhood across generations. It's a lot. It's going to challenge a lot of what we feel because of the way we were raised.
I I I I think it's that. I have for our black femme noir, I have a lot of space for that particular group because I mean we've been with each other almost a year and some change now. Um, but I listen to some of these creators and I'm just like, if this is who you are listening to, life is going to be very hard for you.
True.
And it's hard to say like the points are valid, but where are they coming from? And besides yourself, Love, Alicia, Vitamin True, probably Mocha Mom. I can't think of the black lady that does the not Stephanie Perry or Rashida. She does finances.
Adelia Aborashade. Picky Girl Travels the World.
If I can list what that's less than 10 out of YouTube creators, it's very challenging to see
Yeah,
the
that's less than 10.
mass, large, um, really
Yikes.
wounded,
Mhm.
unhealed women try to guide other women. And then I guess what just hurts my heart is like fundamentally, I do think older women want to help. I don't think we have the appropriate language to be heard because I think it's set. Maybe it's coming across like, I told you and I know best versus like, ooh, baby, don't do that. Don't, don't do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't do that. Like, oh God, oh no. Oh, not that. And I don't know how we reconcile that because a piece of me is like, you know what? This young woman needs to have all the experiences, maybe to learn. But I fundamentally was just one of those people like I didn't have to get bit by a dog to know that it hurt. I seen somebody else get bitten like, oh, I don't want that. And it's one of those trying to determine like who's the person that needs to be bit and who's the person that you can be like, say, baby, don't go into that backyard.
But I think they tell us that too. I think when again, I'm using my daughter as an example, but I have a whole bunch of daughters and sons too, for that matter. I've adopted, right? Um, and I think they can tell us, you know, because True was talking about something right now in the chat, and I 100% agree. We have choices, and a lot of what we've said here is that the women who came before us didn't necessarily have those choices. But what I'm going to say to people is my grandmother chose something different than the other women around her, and the black women around her called her uppity and this and that. But she lived in the South,
At Tori,
didn't didn't go to work outside the home until she was like 45 or something like that, just because she felt like it, right? um and she was protected on all sides, And then she learned how to do it for herself. And then she learned how to spread that out for us. So we had a different way of, she didn't want us to she didn't want us to learn what to think. She was trying to get, especially me, to think, right? And understand that I have free will and I have choices. And my choices may not be in agreement with Jesus for that matter. And they're still mine. So I think I think what we can do, because we've come to a good balance right here, right? In talking this through. I feel like what we can do is ask. So what do you need to hear from me? And sometimes my own daughter is saying something. I'm like, girl, what do you need to hear from me? And I want to run in and fix it. I know better. I done seen what's going to happen with this shit. And I'm telling you now, girl, don't do it. Don't do it. Right? But at the same time, she is also goddess born with choices. And sometimes I have to step back and just go, okay, just remember your security. I'm sorry, baby. What'd you say?
Add Tori back.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, she
just put sorry.
Oh, okay. She had to go out. Okay. Hold on. I'll do it. Thanks. But yeah, she will tell me, well, I know I listened to what you said and I made a different choice. And I'm like, yeah, well, you're going to be the one dealing with the consequences of it. Right. But some things I also tell her, like, for instance, if she decides to get into an actual relationship with, sadly, we're both heterosexual. Okay. Some shit can't be helped. Okay, we're still looking at each other like, damn, how did this happen to us? But
look, I was concerned, be like, so you've never had an experience with a woman?
I haven't.
Really?
I never. If I desired to, I would have done it, girl. Please. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I also don't drink alcohol, not because I can't drink it. It's just because it tastes nasty. It's just not my thing. I mean, I'll have a glass of wine here and there, girl, but I'm not a connoisseur. So it is about choices.
Do you drink of the spirits?
What now?
I said,
what was the question?
Do you drink of the spirits?
No. Somebody cooked some vodka and a pecan pie the other day, and I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, first of all, why would you do that? Second of all, because I have no, it just tasted off. It's just like, baby, I didn't know corn syrup could go bad. First of all, you shouldn't have made it with corn syrup away. That's number one. Don't let me. So I'm like, well, it was in one of those places. It was one of those places where, shall we say, the children of Europe,
children of the chalk,
they tend to buy things, and I'm just like, baby, you don't even know what a corn. Y'all ain't known what a pecan pie was. Some of y'all says 1865, and that's too bad because I'm still not gonna go back and teach you. Nope. But no, I'm not involved with spirits. But this thing about it, I was always told you don't need coffee or anything. You just high on life. You already have too much activity going on. I had a teacher tell me that you don't need to be on anything. You already have too much going on in your head. So, but if you go back into my family history, there's also just the fact that there's a lot of alcoholics. So if I were to allow myself to go that way, those things are genetic. So combined, didn't start. And know that probably that would not be a good choice. Like I said, even the vodka and the pecan pie that was cooked out was like, I can taste it in risotto sometimes if the person uses just a wee bit too much.
Ooh.
I can stand some of it. If it's too much, it's just, for me, it's too much.
Now, if it's a good sweet drink, because my daughter will order something, she's like, Mom, you gotta try it. Okay, no, I don't want to taste no alcohol, little girl. That's my only thing. I don't mind, being lewd and ridiculous. It's just
wait.
That's nasty.
Wait.
lewd and ridiculous.
I sure
Wait, did
don't.
you just say
I,
this your show? I just want to make sure that I understand. You
yeah,
said
I
I
just
don't mind being lewd and ridiculous. I just
I
don't want
just
to
don't.
taste it.
I just don't like the. Why do it got to taste like cough syrup? Why? That's all I'm asking. So she'll get me to drink. You know, I'm like, ooh, this is good. But
Like
since I don't drink that much, I'm
how
just a lightweight
apple
too.
martini.
Yes, love. I see you there. Me as well.
Yeah,
Me
I
as
want
well.
to. I
Tori,
want to. But you know, but
wait,
then of course I can be lewd and ridiculous too without it. That's true.
Tori, you don't drink either?
No, not really, not at all, not that much. I mean, I was doing a little libations
Hmm.
recently, but that's my business.
Oh, because I showed
But
um,
normally,
I'm drinking a Moscato that was preferred, but okay.
I do
but
like a good
normally, I,
Moscato
I
because
cannot, I can't
it's
tolerate, my
sweet.
system can't tolerate too much alcohol, like at all.
Oh,
Mhm.
Moscato's made from those Muscat grapes. Well, you figure that might
Mm.
be on a different order. Muscat grapes are somewhere else. They really are, even as grapes. So I imagine a
And
wine
it's
made for them would be quite
A
good.
good Malbec is
mm,
good. Well, honey, I'm a drinking yo
tasty.
Christian whatever. I drinks. So
But
Tasty.
I do like my Chambord now. I like that.
it's so fancy. Like being friends with y'all is very expensive.
It's quite literally.
Books. I mean, between
Well,
the books, between the weaponry, between making sure we read these resources, and then Bible study, like you gonna grow. So if anything else, if you continue to watch these channels, you gonna grow. So I mean, at the end of the day, to me, when you say what is an auntie, I think it is just a black woman that loves other black women that may be on the planet a little bit longer that can say, this may not necessarily happen, but baby, here's some of the things that you might want to just keep an eye out for.
Yeah. And you know what? One of the other things that I think is so important because this is a part that I really feel like I missed and I had to be that person in my own life um is being protective of our younger black women when they're dating. I don't care who you dating, okay? If you get to a certain point, like I tell my daughter, that's grown folks' business. I've taught you how to be safe. I want you to be goddess born and have all the adventures that a goddess born would. Okay? And safety, right? Safety of your sexual self, of your womb,
Look,
but
because
also safety of your person. And you can't let everybody near your most one of your most creative spaces if you're going to decide later to be a childbearing woman, right?
everybody
So
should not.
I want you to have those types of things. But at a certain point, if she's deciding that this person that she's quote unquote dating is at this point, because I got timelines, I done checked you out, I got hair follicles, bitch, I know who your mama is, whatever, okay? All of that stuff, allegedly. Yeah, you can't come to my daughter without me knowing that. Okay, she'll just tell me just the least little bit because she's like, okay, I know what you're gonna do. You damn right. You damn right. But I leave her to her business. Go on, do your business. But if you get to a point where she has decided, well, I want to take this into a relationship, and that person agrees, you know, you girl, you got to come to the front porch. And my question to you is, who the fuck are you? And why are you thinking that you should be a part of my Goddess Born Daughters team? I don't know you. I don't know you. And me and my girl, we sitting right
oh,
here.
that girl.
That girl, explain yourself. Explain yourself. Because you never gonna discipline her. You never gonna go out of your way to hurt her, make her cry, none of that shit. That's never going to happen because that's your life depends on it, allegedly. So I'm telling you, I need to know who the fuck are you and what are you doing here with my precious daughter? How do you fit into this? What are you bringing? I don't know you. I don't know your mama. I don't know y'all. So why are you all up close on my daughter? And I need, she's like, that's why we all know that's got to happen, Mom. You've been telling me since I was a little girl that this is what's going to happen. Exactly. I feel like we didn't get that at my age, right? Like, it's like, oh, well, whatever happens, da 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 da. And these men got to be so very abusive because they didn't have anybody holding them accountable. They didn't learn it growing up or whatever it was. And as adults, they felt like they can do the worst with you. Well, guess what? I want to make sure you understand. Not her, not her, not her babies. Not when she if she chooses to have children, not them, not them. So what? Let's get this straight from the get go. Who the fuck are you, and why are you on my porch talking about? Oh, I like your dog. I love your dog. Explain yourself.
So I think that's a fair point. I think it's beautiful to see a mom advocate for her daughter. Um, I think that some women have not experienced that,
Yeah.
and it may be off putting because they just expect the worst. I think some of the programming that we receive, like women don't get along or women can't work together, all that kind of stuff is foolishness and a lie. But I think that you said it earlier in the sense of, I know that True said that she's writing an article on this, but I think we should start to ask, even if you don't necessarily want to call us aunties, what can we do better to help you? Because my whole thing is, so like if you've ever done like celebrate, which I know both of you are with this. So one of the things they talk about in recovery is you walk down the street, there's a hole in the street, right? You fall into the hole. The next step of recovery is you walk down the street, you know it's a hole, you just step over the hole. The final step of recovery is you look down the street, you know it's a hole, you go in a completely different direction. You don't even chance it. I think we need to find out what the hole is. Those that want to navigate around it, and then those that have no desire to even go down the street. Because I have space for everybody. Y'all know me, space for everybody. But I don't have the energy to do, it seems like very petty conversations, very tit for tat.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I just don't see the value in it. We can agree to disagree. I think that there is a little bit of truth in everything. We all can learn from each other. But I'm over semantics, if that makes sense. I'm over the professionalism. I'm over the she's too religious. She's this, she's that. Like it seems like we can give every misnomer of why a woman is unqualified to help us versus saying like, yeah, we have some differences, but I can see the value add in her personal experience. Does that make sense?
Well, it definitely does to me because each one of you I've learned so much from. Um, so the fact that some of you are younger than me, you know, doesn't it has no bearing on what I learned from you. You know what I'm saying? And you're right, Tiff. We can give each other the space, but another something else, I don't know if you're alluding to this, but I know this is how I feel sometimes on the other side of it is like, okay, so I'm giving you information and this idea that somehow I'm trying to put more on you or frighten you or do something disingenuous in that way, right? It and you've watched my behavior. You can go back years, you can come back forward to here, you're gonna hear the same types of things as I've grown. Okay, because we're supposed to evolve. We're not, I personally am not supposed to stay stuck in my own stupid. I'm supposed to be, yeah. So I need to learn from other people because I don't know everything and I don't know close to everything. But the way I can get closer to knowledge, because knowledge is a comfort to me. That's not everybody's comfort. Is to get it from different perspectives, right? Because you have all the experience you have. Tiff Tori has the experience she does. Miss D, she's got her experience. If I can tap into all of these different experiences, think what I learned, right? And that's how I'm seeing it. I don't expect that's how everybody else is seeing it. But at the same time, I know we've been told as Black women that we are less than, we are not this, we are not that, we are not enough, and will never be enough. And I'm fighting completely against that. Because if you're saying that we're not enough and we're not a being, will never be enough, whether it's, other Black women who are Black male worshipers or male worshipers or other collectives of people, then why are you always talking about us? Why are you always asking us to fix something for you? Why are you always giving somebody you don't believe is God is born a prayer request?
Oh Lord,
So
that one.
so what you doing all of that for, since you hating on whatever? And if the other person, doesn't feel like that's what they want to do, that's cool. But I get to have a perspective too. And sometimes it feels like to me, that I don't get to have a perspective, but then I felt that all my life, right?
It's so.
And
So can we I mean we're doing good on time. Maybe we'll go another 30 minutes.
what you mean?
No, no.
Girl, we passed an hour and 15 minutes, an hour and
I'm
45
I
about to say
minutes.
I was
this is the most expanded 30 minutes.
I'm just
It's been good though. It's
I'm
been
just
good.
I'm just trying to
See,
say,
that's
hey,
that's
hey,
that's what them
hey,
libations do to you. Them libations keep adding 30 minutes.
We're gonna blame the libations, huh?
hey,
We blame the libations. That's why I don't keep participating in the libations.
I refuse
That's why
to
me, love, and D, we don't participate in these libations. And see, this is the kind of stuff that happens when you participate in the libations. This why, as an auntie, I try to show y'all not to be drinking the libations. You got to learn.
Wait a minute. Now you are Auntie Tori. I thought you didn't want to be.
Only when it comes to teaching them to stay away from the libations.
So she is our auntie on it. She now look, this is good because see, Tori has we have not talked about how we define our auntiness for ourselves.
Yes, we have not.
Tori is the auntie that makes sure that we and she does this on a regular. She really probably saved me from months of agony after having COVID by telling me about the oregano oil. Tori is the one who's going to teach
Oh,
us how to
yes.
feed ourselves so that we are not
Mm-hmm.
as having to be
Yes.
involved in it. This was going to be a topic we don't have time today, but how we can be less involved in the healthcare system and use what was in the earth to heal ourselves. But that's as far as Tori defines auntiness. We've not talked about we have a right to determine in the same way that younger people have a right to determine how they're going to interact with us as nieces and aunties, we have a right to determine how far our auntiness extends.
So that
Mm,
is where I wanted to
mm,
go. Is we've done a lot of covering of the nieces, but now I'd like to see where the aunties feel, and do you feel that disconnect? Because I know in our little tribe we do very well, and my favorite thing is to be in the Discord and watch Miss Deanne and a particular person go back and forth, and I'm just like, ooh, what's going to be said next? Oh, this is interesting. Ooh, what is this perspective? Oh, I like this very much. I like that. but there is just a portion, and I made a little tickety talk about it, where I am so sick of hearing young women blame Generation X. Again, we ain't gonna call no content creators out, but Pot Roast was, she went on one. And I'm like, you real upset and you're 38 or 30-ish. I'm mid 40s. So boo, we grew up at the same time. How are you mad at me? You mad at the wrong people. And it's very irritating to be told, like, all y'all are pick me's, all y'all are mammies. Generation X is just a bunch of haters. Y'all don't want us to be happy. And I'm just like, boo, you got raised by a boomer. We have way more in common than what we have separate. And it's interesting to me that Gen X and Gen Zers get along very well, but it's these millennials, and I raised one. I do not get, what do you want from me? I am not perfect. I never was perfect. I'm never going to be perfect. I'm going to make just as many mistakes as you are. And yes, I've been on the planet a little longer, so I should know better. But we all know, what is the saying? Ain't nothing worse than a fool than an old fool. So there are some of us, like a Miss D, like a Love, that we've taken our licks, we've learned, we've read our books, we've done our prayers. We we're doing the work to be better women. But at the same time, can you please see some humanity in me? Can I be human? Can I make a mistake? Can I have the space to not be perfect?
But is that not in the same aspect of then calling out millennials?
There are a couple things to look at there. Now, I am a
I
true
just don't like
exennial.
generation bashing.
I am a true exennial. 1981. Millennial starts in
Every time.
1982. But you're only a year, so we're actually right there in the cusp.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like my sister is a true millennial, 1982. Now, the reasons that we are as different as night and day, though, have nothing to do with the 22 months different in our age, though. I'm going to say something here in the spirit of us as Black women just being truthful with each other. You do know that the whole shame and blame game that slightly younger women are doing with their older sisters. I'm not saying my sister's doing this, but I'm saying that's the generation gap that you have. You only have a generation gap of 10 years. And if you get to 1981, you don't even have a gap of 10 years. The gap is now 12 months. Our sisters grew up listening to the same dehumanizing things that our brothers listen to. And in the same way, some of our brothers are highly irresponsible and want to blame everybody else. Sometimes some of our sisters have also been caught up into this cycle of despair, degeneracy, and it will lead to their destruction. We can see it. But sometimes our sisters are no more ready for us to reach in because they also have to detoxify from this poison that has been with us. I'm 42 years old, so I'm old enough to remember when rap was still something that could be fun or nourishing. And I can remember being only about 12 when it became. I remember the whole argument about whether we can reclaim the N word was a thing. I was maybe 12, 13. You know, B's and H's and all that. I remember when that happened. Well, our sisters who are 35 have never are not even old enough to know a time when this was not supposedly the culture. I mean, literally, it's only a 10-year gap, but it's a big difference. It's a big difference. When I was 8 years old, you were sitting up here talking about, as long as you my baby, it don't matter if you black or white. That was my 8-year-old, 8-ish experience. Imagine being 8 years old a year later when Listen to the names: Death Row Records, Murder Inc. Imagine being 8 years old just a year later, just 10 years later, and that's your experience. Being old enough to have your older brothers and sisters who were born in the 70s, and all the great love songs that are from the 1960s and the 70s. Although, if you think about it, if you examine some of those carefully, those were not helpful messages either, if you really listen. But you couldn't know that at 8 or 9 years old, as opposed to being 8 in 1998, and it's now been 10 years since there was anything life affirming you ever heard coming off the radio. But the issue is, our elders used to say, every pot got to stand on its own bottom. Why are you looking at your older sister to do something for you that you don't know how to do for yourself? If you don't know how, your older sister may have some more insight, but it's like my younger sister knows. We're very different, but I'm not going to intentionally disrespect her, and she's not going to intentionally disrespect me. No, no, no. We're not doing that. But we are dealing with generations of people, millennials, who lived in a generation with the whole culture around them taught them disrespect from 1981 down. Because I can speak for that. I remember when these changes happened, and I remember my father was like, "It ain't coming in here." Nope. So we missed that. But for a lot of people who grew up with me, 16, 17, 18, that's when women started calling themselves by these disrespectful names that they had picked up. So they've also picked up some of the acculturation. The acculturation of, not knowing how to operate, not being treated with respect, not knowing how to operate with respect. And then, as I said on the video I haven't put up today, if you operate in a fictional environment, the real world is unbelievably unforgiving. And some of our sisters are now beginning to experience how unbelievably unforgiving the world can be. But also to admit that we are wrong and to have to ask for help is hard because we're humans and we have pride. But also, as Black women, remember, we're not allowed to ask for help. So our sisters are in a very tight bind. They were acculturated similarly to their brothers who were giving us all this grief. But did we lose Tiff?
I think she was plugging in.
Okay. We were acculturated similarly to our brothers who were acculturated to be disrespectful, but also because we're Black women, who's even available to help us? And so that brings our sisters into an even tighter position in some way. Because as Black women, again, we're expected to pick up, Themis and Thoth did this wonderful show about the adultification of Black girls. And I'm sitting there, I was still the moderator then, sitting there, like, that was my experience starting at 9 years old.
That's
So
right.
not only are our girls being exposed to the same toxin, but they're being told that they're taking the same toxin, but they're expected to do the same thing. And so they're really in a bind. And the situation that they're in, they feel like they're not their fault. So who has to be responsible? Well, your brothers are finding people to blame. So what do? You get mad at the ones who are just a little bit better off because we're 10 years older. And somehow the goodness is not transferred that 10 years. Because what have you been taught to do in this culture? It's always somebody else's fault. So for our sisters, some of them are in a real bind because they have been poisoned like our brothers, but they have even, it's hard for me to conceptualize, but it's just like if you grew up hearing that you were a B and H and you were only good for one thing, and the real world then treats you very unkindly, and you see your older sister seems to be doing that much better, but you don't understand it's because that 10 years makes a difference, but she's doing better, and really you are wishing you had you're wishing that person could throw out a lifeline to you. But because we're just not old enough yet to be able to necessarily carry all this weight, it builds resentment. It makes no sense unless, like I said, I look both ways standing at the cusp. I was born in January. That was the right year to do that, was the right month to do that. But I just see a lot of these younger people. I've actually dealt with this with some of my younger students who are on the other end of millennial, cusping out toward Z, and being like, I realize that you believe that our whole generation has failed you. And I'm willing to apologize for the places where I have not knowing. And I'm sitting in my mind going, now, I don't know how you expected me to know all that, but I also know that if one of us doesn't model humility, I'm going to make it and you're not. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take accountability for my stuff that I didn't do well but did not know, so that I'm a model humility, so that if someday you need to look at some mistakes you chose to make, then since I modeled it for you, you know it's safe for me to come back. This is like I said, it's really tight. We're not talking about a whole generation difference. We're talking about 10 or 15 years. It's not fair for millennials and exennials to be thrust into this leadership position over people that close to us. It's not fair. But then the other thing you have to look at least among black women, if we don't, is there anybody else? And that's not fair either. But it, it, blame shifting is a symptom of the fact that, shall we say, about half the community is not picking up the load. Because if that did not exist, then there would be no reason for all this amorphous fit that's not. And I'm not saying that all of our brothers have been irresponsible, but it's large enough. It's more than large enough for there to be this. Everybody knows something is missing. Everybody feels put upon. It's got to be somebody's fault. But then we have been programmed. It is so much easier for us to point fingers at each other than to be able to say aloud, no, daddy, granddaddy, brother, there's some things that you should have been doing. And it's harder for us to have those conversations than to look at our sisters and to look at our moms and to look at our aunties and put the blame there. Because if we had to actually admit what was going on, we would have to admit that all this conversation we have about a community has actually been over for about 30 years. And we got to really build whatever we want to have next. And not everybody. This would mean the Generation X doesn't even know what it is we're talking about when it comes to a functioning community. And everybody ain't ready for that conversation. I understand it intellectually because San Francisco was gentrified. It literally ceased to exist. But everybody ain't ready for that conversation. They may be too busy trying to survive today. They may be trying to figure out where their next meal is going to come from, how they're going to get to work, how they're going to get to school, how they're going to get the means to even survive. So sometimes it's just easier to blame somebody else. It's not right. Like Whitney Houston said, it's not right, but it's
But
okay.
I'm gonna
I'm
make
gonna make it
it
anyway. That's a very important song.
okay.
But that's sort of where we are, just
Pack
between
your
our sisters.
up and leave.
Yeah. Well, there's that. To the left, everything you own in the box to the left. Y'all remember that? Um,
Because I um growing up, in two different worlds, even when I was with my parents, my mother had this whole, facade going on, I felt, but because our children or the children that grow up with us, they know us inside out. Girl, that's all they do all day is study us at home. Right?
that's true.
And yeah, when my behaviors, as I'm teaching my daughter, my son too, my behaviors don't match up with what I'm saying, then it's lying. And I mean my behaviors over time. I don't mean I did this once or twice. I'm talking about it's a pattern, right?
Right.
And
Gotcha.
so they understand the difference between that. But I also understand that a lot of children weren't raised with a mother that has the background that I do, that has all of these different um, sides to her and mental illness, right? Because that's something else we don't talk about. That some of those people that we are calling aunties and things like that, they also have mental illness,
Hmm.
right? That's not to excuse it. I'm just giving you some understanding of it, because I didn't excuse people's behavior just because you have a mental illness. I still have to, I still need to treat people with humanity, right? So, So whatever help I need to do that, including therapy and all of those things, is what happened. But I think this gives us an opportunity. This conversation has really given us an opportunity to see different sides of the same thing. And can, on the one side, can younger women trust me? Well, that's going to depend on my behavior. On the other side of it, um, I also get to be who I am, you know? So, like, I did want to say something I didn't like. Uh, Tiff said it, and I think I haven't been using the right language. And Miss D, you and I have talked about this a lot, and we're still talking about,
And
use
probably
of
will
words, use
continue.
of language. How do we do that? How do we uplift the language conversation when it comes to Black women and Black girls and Black children, right? And someone did ask me, and I don't know, I must have done a TikTok or something, and a young lady asked me, what does it mean to be goddess born? I won't go deep, but it was something that Tiff said not too long ago. She said, oh, I didn't realize that goddess born isn't just being a warrior. No, when I say goddess born, and she's right to like make that distinction, and I needed to make that distinction, that yes, I happen to be a goddess born warrior. My daughter is a goddess born healer. We're both have the ability to be empaths, but there are goddess born mothers, right? They don't have to be physically a mother, but they have this nurturing. They look out for the younger, the babies, they uplift them. We have goddess born who are scholars. We have goddess born who are engineers. We have goddess born is that are so many different things, because in our communities as ancient Black women, we were the ones who created marketplaces and roads and all of those things. Muhammad of the Quran, his wife was who put him on. He was working for her. She was this great businesswoman who owned this huge merchant business,
You
and
can
he
go,
worked for her.
you can go to Proverbs 31. How much is a virtuous woman, and it begins to
And
list.
she's in the market, right? So you can see all of these different ways that we are there but conveniently cut out, right? And I just want, when I say goddess born, I'm actually, what I'm attempting to do is to uplift us to a space in where we get to heal, we get to grow, we get to come to understand who we believe we are, we get to decide what it is we want for our lives, and then yes, we have these special abilities as elementals. They're all different. Our talents and skills are all different, but together they make up this a real live democratic community, right?
Well, two things.
So
It
that's
may
how I'm looking at it at when I say goddess born. I'm not saying most people are not goddess born warriors. I just happen to be one. Most
no
people aren't built that way, but
when I,
there are goddess born who are built to govern. There are goddess born who are built to do, you know what I'm saying?
so I think in bridging the gap, um,
Mm-hmm.
we may need to go good, greater, grace. Like you start off as like you're good enough, because a lot of Black women don't even think they are good enough, let
Yeah.
alone goddess. So if you start off with like, no, you're good enough, you're great, you're the greatest, then we can maybe broach that goddess. Because even in the Bible study that Miss D did, when she talked about being priestess, I was like, oh, okay, so I can say I'm a goddess priestess, and this is not going against,
It
you
could
know,
be.
my
Yeah,
Yeah.
name.
not quite. The correction is important. You are royal,
Yes.
but there is that we still in the Abrahamic side. there's still that hard line before you jump over to the
So the
creative universe. But there's more room than we have ever been taught that there was.
that, and then I think the other thing is I am wondering if older women need to start addressing the mother wound, because I'm wondering the disconnect in this wanting to foster the relationship and wanting, quote unquote, the respect, or I don't know the proper word for it, like it's reverence, wanting an appropriate amount of reverence. Maybe we need to continue to show ourselves healing so that we're trustworthy. Because one of the things that bothers me is, like, remember the little psychiatrist girl that went and talked about how men needed to, revisit how they were doing therapy? It was a Black woman that doxed her, an older Black woman. And then this last girl that Miss Lewis, it was another Black woman that doxed her. So as much,
Really?
like, yeah, as much as I can say, like, oh, Black women love Black women, it's like, but do we?
Yikes. I did not.
Tori, I know you got something to say, sis.
Anything. I I love Black women and girls. I think, however, I do carefully curate my community. And as much as I want Black women and Black girls to prosper and succeed, I don't want to be on an island with every single Black woman and Black girl, because not every single Black woman or Black girl is safe. I wish that they were, but we're not. I also don't want to. Um, I also think that sometimes, you know, like I say all the time, even the term like Black girl magic, or that you're great, or you're a goddess, I think just can sometimes be overwhelming in the aspect of it's okay to not be great. It's okay to not be a goddess, or feel like that. Um, to 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 be able to, that you can just be yourself with whatever that may be. I do think that oftentimes, I don't want to be a Black woman that feels like I have to save the world. When I put down my cape, I put it down for Black men. I put it down for the community. I cannot save every Black woman and every Black girl. And I am not going to try to do that, because that's not my ministry. Who I can help, and the Black women and girls that are in my community or that I may meet or interact with, is one thing. But I think that it becomes extremely problematic when we as Black women attempt to have to save everyone. And I think that means sometimes even trying to save um, every Black woman and girl. I think that's just such a huge task when most of us are still trying to find and save ourselves. I cannot save everyone.
You know what, Corey? Can I interject?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm.
No, I'm saying, mm-hmm. See, I'm eating cookies.
Oh, I thought you said,
I'm eating cookies. You trying to blow up my spot, love? Okay, I'm eating cookies.
What?
you in
Mind
these
your
cookies,
business, because
girl?
ain't
Where
nobody
my
asked
cookies?
you. Ain't nobody
Where
asked
my
you.
cookies? Um, I think you're absolutely right. I think that you get to choose who you are and what you want. Um, I'll say for me, who is built to be a goddess born warrior, um, I don't expect anybody else to be doing that. Right?
No, but
That's
I think
that
that what you
I don't
said
ex
earlier about
huh?
about it being a community of Black women that are healers, are warriors, are nurturers. I firmly believe that in the community we are each meant to do something, and that I do agree with, and I do think that um I think that's important to
Yeah, because you get to
acknowledge.
choose. And I think too, you know, the because Tiff was saying for me, like, start the conversation off with the person, people being good enough, or that they're being great, like change the language because it feels like you're putting too much on someone. Exactly what you're saying. And what I'm saying to people too is I've already been there and did that. I've been doing that for the last, 30 years, is telling other women and Black girls and, children, you are great. You are enough. You are wonderful. So I'm no longer at the point where I'm using that language. I've leveled up my own language and studied it. And sometimes I don't feel like anyone should be a goddess born warrior. Like, I think they just did the Woman King just for me. Because
I loved it. I
it was just, it was just,
loved it.
yeah,
Look,
it
I
was just,
saw the movie acting a fool, okay?
yeah,
Because you couldn't
yeah,
tell me I wasn't about to be running through some straw, the woods. I was ready to fight.
girl. But on the other hand, what a lot of people missed is there were women who were cooking for each other. They were
Yeah,
healing each other. They were disagreeing completely with one another, right? Not everybody was a warrior, right? The movie was about, yeah, the Woman King. But if you looked at the different women in all of these different spaces, some of these women were just trying to raise their families and they got caught up by enslavers. There we need different kinds of people. We don't need everybody should not be a warrior. Everyone should not, and everybody doesn't even know what that entails. Because it's not, to me, it's not so much I'm over here trying to cape for you and save you. Girl, I'm gonna give you the tools and you can choose to save yourself or not. Okay? If you don't want to do that, then don't. But at the same time, I think um I think it's very important for me to say exactly what you both were saying, that every um like there are Black women who are going to choose that they do not want to do more than grift, that they want to eat off of other Black women's pain.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if we come up against one another, we gonna have a problem, right? I'm not having that because I'm tired of people causing us pain and then eating off of it, you know? And I don't care who you are. So to me, you've decided that not only are you not goddess born, but you are going to be one of the once lived, and you're going to choose violence for everything, because it's more about how much you hate this Negro peon than it is about how much you love and revere and want to hold sacred Black women and protect them and uplift them. Because you never give any solutions to any fucking thing. You just sit here and call names all day. So I've been listening to hoe and bitch my entire life. My father was a pimp. So you know what I'm saying? I've heard my uncles, I've heard them all, even though they try to act like they stand up citizens and deacons and shit. Listen, I know all about y'all, right? And I just think that we all have such a great perspective here, right? To be such different women with such backgrounds as, like, we've all said that here. Deanne, Tori, Tiff, me, that we're all so different. And I feel like I need to make space to accept you to be who it is you're choosing to be. Because what is one of the things that I kept saying, you know, as a part of what we do, right? Is that who are you and what do you want? There's not a time, not one time that I've asked those questions that I have given somebody an answer for that. That is up to them to decide about themselves, right? So if I'm actually telling you, I want you to, it's you're because I see you as God is born, I know you get to answer these questions for yourself. You get to decide this for yourself. And you get to decide what it is you want your life to be, who's going to be in it, who isn't, how you going to roll, what you want to eat today, what you want to drink tomorrow. I just want you to, I want to make space so that you know you have that choice. You see what I'm saying? I don't want people coming at us as black women and black girls while we make um these choices about our self body autonomy, right? We don't need to believe about ourselves what somebody else said. I don't care if you calling somebody a millennial, a X, a B, a C, a Y. Okay, I'm already confused. All right. I don't want to figure out which year did what. I don't care. To me, I've been seeing a repeat of the same thing over and over, but that's because I've been studying history, European history, Asian history, Middle Eastern history, Indian history, how it all comes through, how it all does this, right? So to me, we keep repeating the same mistakes because we don't want to read. I could tell people all day about books. Don't nobody want to hear that shit. I still put it up because that's me. But you could take it or leave it, right? And I think this was an opportunity for us to really talk about our concerns about this term auntie and what it can mean as we're moving forward. That we now as all of the women, whether we are a 18-year-old woman or a 78-year-old woman, we get to choose what it means for us and what we expect of an auntie, right? And what we expect of um, you know, other people, right? In order to be in this certica. You can go out there and be a fool all you want to, but we're done with having to deal with all this pain and hurt and shit like that when we have so much that we should get to do for ourselves, right? And those who we want to do for. Because we all know I don't put on a cape for most anybody. Outside of children, black women, and black girls. Don't come over here asking for a prayer request. Request denied. Don't ask for access. Access
Like,
denied.
that's
Oh,
the white woman.
huh?
Your best friend is a white woman.
Oh,
Child.
oh, you be hitting hard because there was a time we was on here, Tiff, and I thought she said, you're a white woman. She knew good and well I was gonna be like, what you call me? Girl, you would call me a hooker all day. How dare
Oh.
you?
I
How
Woo.
look, because every time she gets stuck, I'll be like, oh Lord, she eating up the children of the chalk again.
okay.
But
Go ahead, Miss D. Say
I'm
it.
sorry,
if,
Miss
if
B.
that's okay, I just waited for a moment to interject. Okay, but here's the other thing that goes with this. See, we are at an age where if we do not know how to vet, this is where vetting comes along. Um, let's just talk about our friends who are of the vanilla complexion. I still have some friends who are vanilla complexion, but the thing is, they had to understand. You're gonna have to learn how to. Here's some articles for you to read. Here's some history you read. You want to be friends with me? Come back and show me that you understand this, and you're gonna get to the right side of these issues. Because otherwise, if you need me, I do not need you.
Yes.
Well, that's true of everything. Even e- even even in the auntie realm. I'm like this because we talked about, Tiff, it was a good analogy about, okay, there's a dog on the other side of that fence, and we gonna do our best to try to get you over there. But see, the thing is, The younger person has a right to say, but I'm not on a leash. I can do what I want to do. You can't
Yeah.
control me. It's got a
Is
right.
so
But
sis,
I have a right to say,
is it
I
me?
have a right to say, I have a
Is
right
it
to say,
up
okay, this is
on a,
true.
is it up on a leash?
But I mean, you have to look at some people's perspective because all they know of authority is abuse. All they know of authority is manipulation.
Mhm.
So, we worked hard to name 10 black women content creators who are not in the grifting abuse circle. So if that's cut for us to do, what does the community look like? What are young people actually experiencing? If that's what we're saying, there's probably more than that, but we just don't necessarily know. But I'm just saying if we struggled at our age to find more than 10, so if a young person says that to me, I have to accept that that is their experience. So what does this mean? Okay, baby, you're not on a leash. So let me tell you what's about to happen. You want to go over the fence and find out. The first time you get over that fence and come back all chewed up, I will bandage you up and say, now you have a choice. I told you in advance. You didn't hear me. You need to find out. Let me tell you what. There are a whole lot of people who need an auntie. Here's how it's gonna be over here. This Miss D. I tell you, you listen, you get to go do something that you enjoy. Okay? So we keep going. You're growing, you're listening. I'm not right about everything. You might get over to the other side of the fence and find out that dog looks a mess, but is actually very friendly. Every now and again, that does happen. I can be wrong. But here's what's going to happen. You're not going to come over here and get banished twice for the same thing. You bring me a different mistake because I'm not going to keep wasting my time talking to you and you going to keep jumping the same fence. So here's what it's going to be. I'm going to respect you and your right to go over that fence. You are not a dog on a leash. You are not enslaved. I am not your mistress. Granted, say all that to me that you need to. I'm going to give you the best counsel that I can based on life experience, based on, because, we actually read loved. So based on what I've read and experienced and actually put that time in learning,
Yeah.
I'm pretty much 95% sure that I know what's going to happen to you across the fence, but I can still be wrong. There's a 5% chance at least, sometimes more. The world is a very complicated place. But if you should get eat up and I bandage you up, I'll be here to bandage you up once. But if I have let you know what the danger is and you want that, stay over there with it. It's like I had a subscriber have a hissy fit. I'm like, sir, do you understand that by the time you leave, the door will be locked behind you? So for me as an auntie, that's how I keep from being completely worn down. Because there are a lot of people that need aunties in the world. There are a lot of people who we can't discuss it here, but there was a whole situation recently where a content creator was asking another one for advice and then went back to the same thing as the Bible said the dog returned to her own vomit. You get to do that. You get to get messed up once, but bring me a different mistake next time. Because if I told you what was going to happen and you went out there, I will comfort you. I will clean you up. But the problem is that ain't gonna happen twice. Because now you just as trifling as the people. The other thing about that is the dog returns to his own vomit, but the other side of the prodigal son is somebody came up with a story called the prodigal pig. The prodigal son was kind enough to bring the pig to the father's house, and the pig says when he got there, but you know what, this is a great place, but I really belong with my fellow hogs. Sometimes we just have to recognize that people are on their pig arc. There's some in them that, like I said, we were all poisoned in the same way. Not everybody's ready to be healed, even though we see they need it. So it's just like, no, I'm not gonna enable you. If you're gonna keep jumping back in there, you're gonna get some bandages from somewhere else. I'm not gonna keep fixing you up to go back to it. But the first time, because you did not know, you were being hard headed, but you're human, because you do have freedom. But this is how this is how we even the score, if you will. Okay, you as a young person have a right to make your decisions. You have a right to listen or not listen. But what you're not going to do is not listen twice or three times.
Yeah.
Because I'm
Because
not in charge of you. But guess what? You're not entitled to my resources either.
really
So
not. And
if so,
and you
so if you,
and a behavioral, it's a behavioral pattern. When something's a behavioral pattern, that's what it is. That person don't they could change, they don't want to. I think that's great. You go be cute over there because I'm gonna be cute right here, but we ain't gonna be together.
Because after a while, see, the thing about it is, younger Black women may be facing a situation. I know we're doing all we can, but the United States is reverting. So there are things that my grandmother knew to survive that a person in Gen Z or Gen Alpha may need if the United States somehow, excuse me, spring allergies. Spring is here and the allergies are here too. There are things that I know from my grandmother that may be usable today. But we can't burden the younger generations with all that knowledge of what we have.
Right.
But it's just like at a certain point, certain behavioral patterns are just going to be very difficult. Like I said, the world is unbelievably forgiving. And so when certain behavioral patterns are set up that go with foolishness, it's just like we talk like we don't understand what life is like in the Black community. If I see something in a young man and I'm telling you that it's dangerous, to just use an extreme example, you may not survive that the first time, but see, because now we have a connection, that foolishness may also be brought into my life. So because I care about you, I'm going to tell you one time. But if you want to keep playing with that, you got to be over there. Because now we're talking about situations that can be damaging not only to oneself, but to many other people. Because it's like if we gonna sit up here and talk about certain people that this and that all day long, then there comes a point where I have to hold you to the responsibility as a younger woman that, okay, since we both know this what's going on, and I've told you red flag A, B, C, D, we done gone to the Greek letters now. We done gone all the way down into the omicrons and the alpha and all this, and you still want that? Okay, stay over there. That's an extreme example. But if I'm older than you, then my time on this earth is actually even more limited, meaning I do not have time to
Mm-hmm.
wait.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what the conversation about freedom has to go both ways. Younger women have the right not to listen. Younger women have the right to do whatever they want to do. Older women have the right to say, I done told you once. I done told you twice.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Don't come back over here. So
Yeah.
if you don't need me, that's cool. But understand I don't need you either. That's just free people living together. If I'm 1 year too old and it's my fault that everything's going on because I was born in 81 instead of 82, making me an X, a very, very, very late X, okay. I might still try to teach after you because you actually just my younger sister. But if you don't want it, okay, when the smack hits the fan, actually, there's a place in the Bible where wisdom is personified as a woman for the readers of Proverbs. And she says at the end, after she gives all this wisdom to all these young men, she said, now it's my turn to laugh at your calamity. Because when
Mm-hmm.
I came to tell you, you would not hear me. So I'm just going to eat some popcorn. The popcorn's not in the Bible, but you know what I'm saying. I'm just going to sit over here and do me, and you're going to deal with the consequences you have to deal with.
Mm-hmm. That's
And
right,
as
ladies. Proverbs 8 and 9.
it is right up in there, in the sevens or the eights, you're right. Wisdom is sitting over here eating popcorn and having moved on.
I'm
Because
being
she said, I
cute.
done laid
I'm
out
being
all this
cute.
stuff. I done told you what you need to do. You decide you're going to do something else. Okay, I'm going to do me. You do you. And you going to deal with all them consequences. And I am not coming. Interestingly, if you read the Bible, you find out something very interesting. So God's gonna give you warning 100 years in advance about something that you need to change, and you got 100 years of warning. There's like 18 books of the prophets in the Old Testament, so everybody got 100 years of warning. Wisdom is trying to warn you in advance. Tiff said this earlier, and sometimes people are not ready for the message when they get it, but the rescue is in advance. So with me, I look at, okay, obviously I can't give you 100 years in advance. I may be only 5, 6, 10, maybe 20 years older than you. But as long as you are attempting to learn, I'm always going to be here. As long as you are attempting to do better, I'll be here. My archetype is great matriarch. I'm going to be around. I'm the classic mama bear type, generally very nurturing. Mess with my kids and I kill you.
Okay.
It just is what it is. I'm not a predator per se, but I am a defender.
Yes.
But there's a limit to everything. When you grown enough to make the same mistake twice,
Mm-hmm. Go be grown.
just like can't
That's my
wait for go
favorite
be
thing.
grown.
Go be
And when
grown,
you
girl. Ain't
are
nobody mad. Go be grown.
exactly, and there's no reason to be mad about it. There's no reason to be resentful about it because I
Mm-hmm.
remember being 20 something, and some
Mm-hmm.
things I had to learn myself. And
Mm-hmm.
that's part of our allowing each other to be human. And the freedom that this gives us, older and younger, is the hard part. Like I said, the world has become dangerous enough. The hard part for me is knowing that this attitude of not going in to fix things up is going to mean that there are going to be losses because the world is so incredibly dangerous. That's difficult for me. I have to steel myself to that reality because it's just beginning to be so ridiculous out there. But at the same time, I can't carry the load. I can't waste my time. At 42, my life is not all the way nailed down for that matter. And for those of us who are younger aunties, none of us in here is 60. We're all younger aunties. We're still doing things that we're doing in the middle of our lives. And then some people want to be coddled, and that's actually not good. That's not good. So we have to have the right, like Tori did. I'm going to define my auntiness. When y'all out here eating and drinking what you're not supposed to, then I'm going to come in and
Mm-hmm.
step in and do that. But I'm not, everything else, I'm burning the cape. I can't be bothered.
Yeah.
And we have to be like, okay, this is something you have really taught me, love. I have not thought about it consciously. We really have to think about no one is unworthy by virtue of just showing up. If you're a human being, you're a human being.
Mm-hmm.
But we do have to be, and the idea of holding ourselves sacred. In the Christian sense, we talk about humanity is all made in the image of God. So it's a slightly different emphasis, but we still look at life is invaluable and precious,
Yes.
which means that every single one of us is, which means our time has value. So we have to learn how, and again, younger people will learn this by watching us. Boundaries. If you don't see me as an auntie, that's fine. That means there's no tie of responsibility between us. If you do and you listen, then we walk together. Sometimes I may be wrong. I may need to listen to you also because I don't know everything. But if you take me for granted, if you think my time, my wisdom, and my resources are always going to be available, you just dishonoring it every day,
Mm-hmm.
we all have the right to say, because you are dishonoring me, I ain't going to deal with you. That's not a matter of age. Now, before here, our aunties, because they were older, thought they had the right to do certain things to us. So we're throwing that out. But that means that from here on, all of us has to be, our relationships are built on honoring one another as Black women. That just has to be something. And like I said, I don't know if we've ever had conversations. I'm trying, I talk a lot and I'm still struggling to find language because we've never been able to have these conversations with our mothers and our grandmothers. But just, do you honor my humanity? And if we can establish that, then you might have the experience to speak into my life. If we can't get that established, if a younger person is wanting to take up my time, but then is taking everything I'm doing is just, pearls before swine, we ain't gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. But that's how I maintain being someone who's very motherly. And I forget who it was that said that. Oh, it was you that said it. Your daughter is one of those people that older people, the empath bit. I had a lot of people who were in their 50s who I basically mothered and
Mm-hmm.
so forth. Did a lot of that. But then I realized, how am I gonna give you all this respect when you were in trouble? I had to bail your butt out of, how we gonna do this? So when younger people talk about, Well, but they aren't respectful, and they just do it. I'm like, well, my Southern background is fighting that, but then again, I've been in that situation. So it kind of boils down to, I'll take True Mystique as an example. I have so much respect for her. I really do.
Mhm.
She brings a lot of, she's 14 years younger, but she brings a lot of, she's really made her time on this earth count. She brings
Yeah.
a lot of perspective and insight and takes information and makes good decisions. We're not the same age. We don't have the same experiences, but we honor one another. And because of this, we can feed into each other's lives. So we may never use the term auntie and niecey because, well, actually, really, both of us are, you know, it's only a 14-year gap. That's a younger sister, really.
Mhm.
But because the honor and the respect is there, we can feed into each other. Loved, I don't think you're old enough than the rest of us to be auntie to us. I don't think the gap is that big. Of
It's
course,
not
black
that.
doesn't crack, so I can't assume. I'm not trying
I
to
I am a
deny
proud
you the
senior
respective age.
citizen. Thank you. I am
Okay.
55.
Okay, 55. I'm not trying to deny you elder respect, but with black women, we just Cicely Tyson just 93, just looking like she gonna catch some 60-year-old tomorrow. But
You would my 12-year-old auntie? Cut it out.
but that's what I'm just saying. I'm just saying the concept doesn't even work with us. There's not enough of a gap in age. But we can all sit up here. We done been here 4 hours. And not to bring anybody else into it, but I can remember spending 4 hours going around the corner with foolishness and not having learned as much as we have today because we
Yes.
honor each other and our
Woo.
different ages. And we came here to be able to really discuss something that can be of benefit for the rest of our lives. We're not sitting up here arguing with people who aren't going to be convinced and came up in here to humble us. We're not doing none of that. We're
Yeah.
and so maybe we stop this struggle about a hierarchy that doesn't. There is natural created order. If you
Mhm.
somebody's mama, you somebody's mama. That's a whole different thing. But for those of us that are not actually related that way, fictive kinship, just because I'm older than you doesn't necessarily mean, or younger than you doesn't necessarily mean we're going to be able to relate in a certain way. But if we come with the idea that we're going to establish honor, then my greater life experience, the true mystique, may be helpful to her in one way, but she keeps reminding me about, are you going to start using chat gpt? You can do this with chat gpt. She's the one that keeps me in mind because I ain't thinking about chat what. But see, because honor is there, now we can build the mutually beneficial relationships between the generations that our ancestors were denied the right to build. We are the first generation of black women. Really, we're number one. And actually, we're really just 15 years difference. We are the first generation. What is it? Well,
It's
I know that technically
it's not even
X and millennial.
no, Miss D, you
Hmm?
have to think about it because if what is it, 1964 is when the civil rights voting changed in 1965. So then you
Yeah.
our parents who did Jim Crow, and then you take us, we are the first generation
Yeah.
that's
We're the
able
first.
to do this ever.
Yeah. We're the
Mhm.
first ever in American history.
Well,
Ever.
I will say this. We also don't know our living memory, and there's so many
Oh,
different
yes.
black women who were doing some of what we're doing now. They just got kind of erased,
Well, you
right?
This is true.
what
This
is
is true.
So
what is her name?
so they were making room for one another. And I'm not talking about all of them. I'm talking about Sertica's, like what we're seeing amongst ourselves. Um,
True.
I mean, if you had Septima Clark, people don't even know she was the one who did the curriculum for civil rights. And that Rosa Parks learned from her. Medgar Evers' wife, Mrs. Evers, learned from her. She started a school in Tennessee. And these great women, Fannie Lou Hamer. These
Well,
Yeah.
women
yes.
came
And
together, right? But their
it just
conversation was so elevated above Jim Crow. You know, and Shirley Chisholm was right around
Yes.
there, right? So so you have this. I'm missing a whole lot of women, by the way, like hundreds of them, but you have this kind of that now people are starting to hear about them, but
and
they
it's
we've always been there as these types of Black women who help to evolve into the next level of humanity. I'm not just talking about Black people, I'm talking about humans,
The world.
right, the world. We've done this over and over. I think what we're learning now is that we have done this over and over. And these people keep on acting a dang fool. And you know what? And I'm talking about the greater communities out there. You keep on doing the whole worst to children. You keep on doing the worst to women. You keep on doing the worst to you come up with a name tag and now we got to fight each other about something dumb. Okay? I don't want to follow your rules. So I'm not. Now, I'm an outlaw. So what now? And I think that we had so many powerful Black women who did this same thing. And that is how it came down to us, right? It's not just our physical memory of ourselves in our ancient selves, but we actually had Black women acting this out. How many people really do know about Hatshepsut? And she wasn't abnormal for us, right? But you would
No, she
think
wasn't.
she was abnormal. She wasn't, girl, she wasn't, no, we go way, 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 way back as all of these different types of talents, brilliant skills. And then there were some of us who just, hey, chill, went on about their lives, only wanted to be once born. So that's how, they agreed with other things over here and they mistreated other women, and this is just ancient history. So I'm just saying,
so
I feel like we've come back. I think we've
well,
come back full circle, right?
I was gonna say I love where we are. We're
Mm-hmm.
literally at 4 hours and 6 minutes. So what I would like for us to do is one, it's pretty clear that these conversations need to have. So if you that I would consider to be of auntie status, a auntie Deanne, a auntie Love, and an auntie Tori, and auntie Tiff, I would love for us to have this conversation maybe bi-weekly, because I know 4 hours for a lot of us is just a lot. Like you see me over here doing this because I'm trying to do homework and pay attention and I want to dial all the way in. But I'd like for us to take the last little bit of time and I'd like for us to be very honest and say, in a perfect world, we know it's not a perfect world, but in a perfect world, what would an auntie give to you or what would you receive? And then maybe we
Okay,
start,
okay.
you know what I'm saying? We can start going there. So Tori, so we'll go Tori, Love, or wait a minute. We'll do me, Tori, Love, and then Deanne. So for me, um, I have amazing aunts. From business professional, PhDs to some of them done, spend a little time, some other places. Um, I have family from East Texas to Midwest to New York to Cali. I personally am at a point to where I have so much gratitude to the women that came before me that all I want to do is honor that, enrich it, and go further. But I can say I feel very blessed in the communities and the tribes that my grandmother taught me how to build. My grandmother was, she did tea and um, little sandwiches, and she was a deaconess, and um, I just saw Black women come together and make things happen. And I think that that's probably why we have the multiverse, because it's like control the controllable. What can you control? What can you do? How do we make this work for us? So I'd like for us to help other women build the same communities that we have. I'm finna hit you with the Drake No New Friends. Like, y'all can watch the lives and do all of that. We can potentially talk about opening up a different Discord, but what we have within our group is very special and very sacred. So I'm not willing to let people from the outside in. I'm not even sorry about it. We've developed these relationships and they mean something to me. What I want to do is to help other people build those relationships so it means something to them. Had I not met Tori, I would not be in culinary school. Had I not met Miss Deanne, I would not be doing Bible study on Wednesdays. Had I not met Miss Love, I would not be looking at, you know, what do I need to do? What are my action steps? Am I talking or am I walking in my talk? So I True Mystique, Vitamin, Anti, Pumpkin, Invisible Summer, Nia, um, Miss Sasibu, Nicole, um, who am I missing, y'all?
Panda
Level up.
Index. Panda Index.
Oh,
Erica.
Panda just, oh my God, that girl has grown.
Mm-hmm.
Panda has grown me. Um,
Erica.
Level up. Level
oh,
up.
you gotta
Mom.
love the diva.
Erica,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Okay,
Oh, Erica.
yes,
Where's
gotta
where's my baby? Where's she at?
gotta. Love. But I'm just saying, please, if I didn't say your name, blame my head and not my heart. If you
Oh,
are
Brett.
in our tribe, I value you. Oh, Polar, Josh,
The
uh,
Brett.
Concern, Brad. There are so many phenomenal I've been able to develop relationships with that my life is enriched and it's full, and I consider everybody within these groups to be aunties, whether you're 19, 20, we're pumpkins a little bit younger because you got that young cool aunt, and then you may have an aunt that's a little bit young, older, and she's got that. But I just want to thank all of the Black women that have chosen to do life with me. It's an honor, it's a privilege. It helps me stay in autonomy. It helps me grow. Y'all challenge me in the best way possible. And I love everybody. So thank y'all for doing life with me. Tori, you next, Chef.
Thank
Please don't
you.
cuss me out. Hey, Chef, I was doing my homework while we were doing this, just FYI.
Mm-hmm.
I would, girl. I just said,
I um I still don't I think just I'm just grateful for being able to have a village of Black women. I wouldn't necessarily say um any aunties for myself that I um look up to or or anything like that at all. That I just try to cherish the Black women um, that have made an impact in my life. I wouldn't necessarily one of them would be um, besides like my mother, an auntie um, to me, uh, but I still consider her a friend um, first, and so it's still really difficult for me to really look at um, anyone or use that term to look at anyone as an auntie, but I do welcome the wisdom um, from other Black women, whether they are older or younger um, than me. So I think that's it for me, just to cherish us where we where we are, um, regardless of an auntie um, an auntie status. I still have a problem with just, I don't want anyone to think that um, sometimes it seems a little bit, I guess, authoritative to me to, refer to someone as an auntie. Um, that it just makes me feel like I'm on a lower level than they are, and so I just rather kind of see us on the same wavelength.
That's fair. Miss Love.
Okay. I think an auntie's behaviors should should be easy to see what the pattern is. That they are their most authentic selves and that they are able to be still, listen, and um, make room and space for um, others to be who they are and to be able to be understanding and ask the other person or other people, what would you like from me, you know? And there is this part of me that it feels like an auntie also should be her most authentic self. So at times I have this feeling like when someone calls me and they know how I roll, they know, they've known me for some time. They've watched my behavioral patterns. They feel they can call me and trust me, or DM me and trust me, or whatever. Um, to be able to also have that other person recognize that I get to be who I am too, right? And I answer the way that I answer things. If you want a different type of answer, you can tell me that, or you could have just not got with me, right? Because I don't feel like you need to get with me. I don't have the answers by any stretch of the imagination to believe that um I can usurp your will, or not in every effort allow, get out of your way, not allow, but get out of your way so your choices come through for you. Um, I think aunties should be fun. I think they should be real about the mistakes that they made and the fuck around find out shit we did. Okay, with the people that we're talking to, and then go, here's what happened, here's how I felt, and here's what I thought. And someone tried to tell me this but they didn't, so tell me how you feel about that. And I think that we should also be honest about and take credit for the great things that we have done, right? I hear a lot of Black women too who talk about, the things they do in the community, the things they are as women of God, right? And all the credit is due to everyone else but them. And so I really feel like an auntie, yes, shows she walks her talk, um, and she's authentic. But being authentic too means that she gets to say, "I did a great job, and I pulled this off." And I made these mistakes and these bad choices because I personally believe in making bad choices on purpose. Okay. I don't believe in just this whole idea of some sort of perfection. No, I feel like, you know, we get choices and we make them. We just have to understand there's consequences to our behaviors. And if you want to do that, then you should. So I just feel like um I love I love being called, not just called, but it's work I've done to be Auntie Love um or Mama Love to some black women. They don't I don't ask them to call me that. They do, right? Um and I don't even take offense because I feel like I'm really cute and too old to be not old enough. Well, okay. But I do think that um I just want us to um, be our most authentic self and um, not just assume that other women should trust us because a lot of us have been hurt too by women who look like me or any of us here. Um, I think I always felt as a leader, as a director, and things that I needed to earn the trust of the people I was actually leader to, servant leader to, right? And turn that chart around where I'm at the bottom, right? And I am a resource to make sure that you get what you need to do your best job in what you want to do. So yeah, that's how I feel about aunties. Miss D.
Okay, Tiff, just to make sure that I understand the assignment, because I learned a lot from just listening to what everybody said, could you restate what the question was that I was supposed to answer?
So, what I would like is for you to say what you think an auntie is, what you think you could bring, or what you would like to see practiced.
Okay, this is an interesting question. That's what I thought you had said, but I want to be sure because my best auntie was actually my grandmother. So that concept of who the auntie is actually my grandma. I knew my other great aunts, but she lived here. So I knew her for 25 years. And she filled a lot of that gap. And they were all older than her. She was 70 when I was born. So you figure about 75, you weren't going to run around and do a whole lot. But grandmother tried. She even went out and got on the basketball and threw basketball. She used to play basketball when she was young in college. So she did a lot of the fun things. And she was a Christian's Christian, but she wasn't churchified. And so she was 70 years older. She'd been over every stage of life by mile that I would come over years and years before. But she never made me feel like because she was that much older, she had all the answers. She had enough room and space to really listen to her 15, 16, 20, even up to 25. And I think that's a big part of the issue. Um, I think an auntie should be we would assume an older woman just because of the concept an aunt generally is, but maybe not that much, you know. But maybe has a little bit of more life experience, and has processed that life experience. I know some foolish women who are that age too. Like Tori, I can understand where she's coming from because I was shocked when black women did not turn out to be like my grandmother and great aunts when I met the church auntie phenomenon. I was shocked. It still hurts me to think about. And that goes to what you bring. Bring a sense of humility. Bring having processed your life experiences such that you can be helpful. And also this also bring a sense of this younger person is not a threat because they're younger.
Mhm.
You have to be secure enough in yourself to not be worried that this person is going to take your whatever it is you think is so important. What I would like to receive, This is difficult because, in all honesty, I've sort of given up on the concept of ever having an auntie again. The position is kind of closed. I've passed that section in my life. That's probably not fair. I mean, grandmother would have been 100 and some change by now, so it's not even fair to compare any older woman with that. But also because she deepened me so much that I'm peer friends with people who are in their 60s, so it's kind of difficult. But if I put myself in the position of someone who is 25 again, because I remember that age, that willingness to be humble and to listen and to learn, and that we are walking in life together, even though from slightly different places. Like I may know some doors to go into that, just, do maybe think about doing it this way because this is how this has worked, and I've done my work to know pretty much from the history of civilization. If you do it this way, that may work a little bit better. But I recognize we're in the 21st century. You have a right to come back and say, look, look, Deanne, it's 2023. We can't do that. It's possible. But the sense that we are honoring one another as we honor our humanity, our womanhood, and our life together. I would love to be able to find that in an older woman. But I will say this, since all this love was poured out from our multiverse creator, collectively, what we have been able to do together sort of fills that auntie spot collectively. And the gentlewoman from Texas needs to be thanked
Yes.
because she has provided, even if
Yes.
maybe in this realm we will never we have got to the point that we are not going to be able to find one woman that we need. The fact that we have access to all the brilliance of all these different women, and it needs to be mentioned that was a rescue mission. So some other things happened, and the gentleman from Texas said, "Don't mess with Texas. We're not gonna lose this. We're gonna pull this back together. We
No,
gonna make this happen."
we got us. And
Exactly.
as you talked about true mystique, and I love watching you all talk about peaked, and I love how confidence is kind of dipping in there. But I think that the greatest lesson that we could have learned as a tribe is that if one of us is in need, we will take care of each other. And we don't have to discuss details, but the way that we showed up for each other is something that I believe that all Black women should be gifted. Um, Miss D, you said something earlier, and Angela Davis says it quite often. I don't desire to be in community with all Black women, but I am cheering for all Black women. Um,
Yes.
uh, uh, I believe Tori said it as well, that we can cultivate our relationships and the people that we invest in,
Mhm.
but it was a major thing to see us show up, to see us being phone a friend and show up, to be in oceans and have conversations, to be in politics, to have investment calls. I see what we can do when we take the wisdom, the intelligence, regardless of the age of, because Moonstone is young and she's given us some amazing, amazing tips and tricks. Um, Everybody has value. Everybody has a place. And I think we need to honor that. I think that we are finding a way to make that happen. But I do believe that it takes a particular Black woman on a particular level that's done a lot of self work and a lot of evaluation. And I think that we have a right to say that I am willing to be in community with women that are willing to do the work. Um,
Mhm.
I don't necessarily have to hold space for people that they're not willing to do it, because we've been on here for way longer than what we thought. I think that this is something that people can come back and glean from. And that's the goal, I think, as we mature, as to give things that we wish someone would have told us.
Yep.
Yes.
Agreed. Agreed.
Yeah.
And in that way, not everybody had good aunties. But the beauty of living today is that even if you didn't, actually, the reason why I rebooted my YouTube channel, people started calling me Auntie Deanne. And I can't be with everybody, couldn't give everybody my personal information, definitely was not going to put it in that chat. But I'm like, okay, here's what I can do. If you want me to have a further conversation, I have a YouTube channel. We are able to we are able to extend this without having to extend ourselves in an unsafe way. Someone can come to this video and get to know enough about us, being in our authentic selves, not always agreeing on our viewpoints. There's many different viewpoints on life and God, or goddess, as there are, just to illustrate this, as there are people in this room. But how do we stop being driven into corners? How do we learn how to live non-competitively as Black women? How do we learn to share space with people who are different but still build? A lot of people did not have the aunties and the uncles, the moms, the dads, the grandparents to do this, but we have left a resource now. We are now able to build resources that will be on the internet as long as there's an internet, so that maybe the auntie paradigm is just kind of struggling a little bit because we're getting to be, we may not even have a name for what we're able to do now. Or that name may be somewhere back there in the memory we don't know about. Because even though you and I love to go disagree about what that is, we do know that the Black woman is the mother of everybody else.
Yep.
So whether we're gonna keep it strictly in the mortal plane, but then you still have to deal with the first mother, or we go across that plane, we have enough room to disagree about that, but still get understand that there's a truth at the bottom of that. Maybe we're being able now to go beyond being just aunties in a small circle. But as we do our work because of the power of the internet, now we're able to help Black women who see this anywhere in the world.
True.
I mean, that's us rising to the level of the kind of civilization cradling responsibility that we have. And maybe we don't have the language, maybe Auntie doesn't fit it, but
Yeah.
as because it's just not big enough is possible. Maybe that's why the younger people are not cool with this idea. But and again, and we don't have to have an answer today. But that's the thing.
Oh,
We have the concepts we brought with us.
Well, I hope
We
this.
know there's a lot of things we've never heard. There's a lot of things in memory. It's like I didn't know as much about Black women's greatness as I did last year as I did this year.
yeah. Yeah.
But as we grow and process and expand and be able to use the technology that we have, everything that was not given to us that we can discover how to give. Some of our healing will come when we see the next generation not hurt as we were hurt. There are some terrible stories, just at us three, and Tori has hers, and anybody who's in this chat. But part of our healing is going to be we're not going to let that happen to each other. We have the power now to protect ourselves. We got the legal. If we need them girls to steal, we know somebody we know how to get that from. We know how to be able to look at situations and be like, nah, baby, we got to do a background check.
Mm-hmm.
We got some professional investigators up in there.
You know
I
what?
got you on that.
And I've
Mm-hmm.
literally got to shout out the moment that I knew there are two pivotal moments that helped me change. Panda called me out on black male worship because I was just like,
That's right. That
yeah,
did
oh,
happen.
baby, she made me look it up. I researched it. I was like, okay. But the person that I think shifted a lot for me was Vitamin. When
Mm-hmm.
we had that McDonald's uh food,
Oh yeah. Mm.
because in my mind I really felt like, well, he's taking care of his kid. And then when she said something like, they're all kids in this house, and it made me think, why did I feel like it was okay for one child to have something versus another? And I think that is the disconnect that we all need to kind of get there. Like, we all deserve peace. We all deserve love. We all deserve calm. We all deserve some silence. And it doesn't matter who you were birthed to. If you're on this planet, you have a right to abundance. You have a right to peace. You have a right to thrive. And if I am not putting other Black women in that situation, then I need to course correct and fix myself.
Agreed. Agreed. And as we do the work on ourselves, we are making room to be able to lead by example. It's like I sometimes have conversations with our brothers. You can't lead from behind. That doesn't work. It doesn't work for anybody. But as we do our work and as we learn how to live in community, we're all very different with one another. Then we leave room for the next for our well, I mean, we're still making room for ourselves, but we leave room for the next generation. I think the oldest person in our chat is around her mid 60s. I mean, not in the chat, but in our community is around her mid 60s, and I think the youngest is 23. So that's a big, there's a lot of information. There's a lot of brilliance. There's a lot of life experience. There's
Yes.
a lot of,
Yes.
okay, I know this internet probably better than anybody else because I was literally born. They gave me a bottle and then I got a phone. There's a lot of room there. And, I'm here in the middle with Peak D, but that was sort of, that's another story for another day. But the blockchain is out there, but it's the blockchain's only 2008. It's only 15 years old anyway. So we have stuff that's younger than all of us that we're just discovering. We're still early.
Mhm.
But as we learn how to live together, we also then bring this to our regular everyday lives. We can't talk about what happens there, but when we see situations that are similar, we're like, okay, so I don't agree with love on everything, but baby may need to buy a weapon. And so I know I can go in there and find resources so I can give to this other young woman to be like, yeah, you might want to do this.
And get
Um,
and get a cute bag with it too.
and get a cute bag. It's like, well, I
Mhm.
have to be cute. No, I got you covered. Just go over to this YouTube channel.
I look
If,
let
if
look, Miss D, let me just flex for a minute because do, do you see the skin? You see how it's
yes,
popping now?
yes,
Uh
Gorge.
between Miss Nicole and the AHA and the Happy Hippie and you with the water, and we're doing our collards at night now. But
yes,
Miss Confidence with Love, and just like, hey, if you're upset and um the whites, the children of the chalk, have gotten you in a mood, I can go to her TikTok and be like, okay, I'm this is a microaggression or a macroaggression. I feel seen. So if nothing,
right, right, right.
our community helps us in a way that I think many of us have never had. And I'm gonna get in.
Yes.
I feel seen. I feel heard. I feel valued, and I'm growing. What more could you ask for?
So we're honoring ourselves.
Yeah,
Face.
because I feel the same way. I do.
Our community is auntieing us,
Yeah.
basically.
Some of us are, you know what? Let's just be very honest. I think it's beyond aunting. I think the auntie may be a very particular or precarious word. I think a lot of us are remothering ourselves. I think a lot of us
Mhm.
are healing mother wounds. I think a lot of us are healing um, Black women can't get along. We can't be friends. We can't do business together. Like, we've seen business be done. We've seen investment groups grow. We've seen a book club happen. We have phone a friend. There are a lot of resources that we as a group have made happen. And I think it's incredible. I think it's amazing. I think that we are creating something that other people within their groups can emulate. And I
Mhm.
would love to see all Black women have parasocial connections. that may be safer than in real life connections.
Now that's a whole conversation by itself. When we have come to the point, but I can't argue with it. When we have come to the point, and that's why I say some of these older terms, time honored though they be, break down slightly. And this is why younger people may be telling us this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your auntie may be the person who said, Auntie Deanne, I would love to hear you talk more about this. Probably doesn't live anywhere around San Francisco, California. I don't know. But we have moved into a whole new realm. Now, that's a whole different video about remothering. I have a fantastic mom, fantastic grandmom. So the stories that I hear people have gone through with their mothers are first like, wait, what? And then I have to try to imagine if I didn't have who I had, am I even qualified to understand that kind of pain? And can I tell people, give people advice based on it? No. There's no way for even me to even comprehend what a mother wound must be like in that sense. I have no way of knowing except I can try to imagine. Sometimes the most empathetic thing to do is I can try to imagine it, but also realize I don't know what I'm talking about. I
But
have
here,
no way of understanding
see, you do know what a mother wound is because you have spoken often about the elders in your church and how they behaved,
well,
and
okay, yes.
it was not necessarily in a loving, sisterly, auntie, or motherly way.
Okay. I received that. I've never thought about it that way. And the reason why is because I'm just like, well, I wouldn't have picked y'all anyway. So I just shut the door on them. No,
Mhm.
see, we're gonna tell this story another time. Even though I am not of the predator class, here's what you not gonna do. See, some of these older ladies lived a very long time and thought they were gonna do to the next generation what they got away with me.
Mhm.
The
Can we
buck
just leave
stopped.
it?
The buck
Let's
stopped.
just say,
The buck,
yeah. Let's just
and
let's just say,
you're not dealing with it, and then we have Miss Love that is just like not only am I like you deal with it very classy and very cute, and it's very astute and educational. And then Miss Love comes in and she's got all the feels, but she also has the weaponry and the pew pews. And then you have someone like myself that I like to call myself sophisticated ratchet. I, I where you are, I promise you do not want to keep the same energy with me
you
because
know.
I'm gonna go all the way there, and then I'll pray for God. I'll pray to God afterwards. But some of the young ladies, and I want y'all to receive this, and I'll let us close out. Please know that we are on your side. It may not seem like we are, but I promise you, there is not. Let me not say not, because what I will say is there are enough women that want to see you win and not go through what we went through. And if we can find a way to learn to trust each other, the
Mhm.
both of us can grow because you have a new way of doing things that's going to help me, and I have some knowledge that can help you. Can we all agree to that?
You know what, Tiff? I, I I think this was such a powerful conversation, and it was actually you who suggested that we do this. Um, and I really appreciate you because not just not just the fact that what you've done for us in the multiverse, how you've brought us together. I just want you to know, how much you matter and how important you are. I believe to everyone here, and I know for a fact for me and Misty, it's just we just adore you so much. And the idea of seeing you do what you want to do after you've been this auntie and mother and loving um um Black woman of your community, and you take care of that man and all of these other people around you, and for me to see you put that back into yourself, you know, it feels just so wonderful because I know what you do for all of us. I just um, want you to understand how much that means to us, and that I love you. I don't care what anybody says. Your God is born to me. I wouldn't say I was. We all know I don't bend the knee, but if I was going to,
If we was gonna do that,
if I
if we was gonna do that,
Well,
I'd be like,
this is what
Deanne and Tiff and all the women here, like,
I can.
for any of you, yes, absolutely,
I have to
absolutely.
be honest and just say this. You know, I'm in culinary school right now, and I think Tori, I think Nicole, True, yourself, Miss D, just listening to y'all talk about different foods that I'd never been introduced to got me like super curious. And having someone that's in the field that is being able to help me has been amazing. Having someone like Sibu be like, girl, why are you online? Don't you have homework to do? Having someone like Invisible Summer be like, what's happening? Having a professor and just being able to just relate. It has just been, I can say this, in 2021, I prayed to God that I wanted true friendship, and I wanted people that understood me, that received me, and that I felt like I was enough. And that is something that you ladies have given me. And it has been a blessing, even in the sense with Erica saying, hey, girl, make sure you have your own, or just certain things of just womanhood. And yes, you can be married, but also make sure that you're taking care of yourself. And to see so many women cheer me on as I do school, or we do our lives, or watching all these different channels grow, it's just, to me, I'm like, in 3 or 4 years, I can't wait to us to all be like on like um a BET panel and be like, yes, this is what we created, and this is what we did, and this is how we did this, and this is how we monetized it.
Yes.
This is the person that did this, and this is how we got tiny homes, and this is how this person moved to Mexico, and this is how we put this person through school. Like, I just see the best for us because I feel like I am surrounded by the best Black women ever, ever. Y'all are a blessing. You're loving, you're sweet, and you're all that I could have prayed for. So I thank God to be able to call you friends.
You know what? On that note, I love all of us here, and and I'm so glad that um we could get on here and talk about all of this and leave the question open, right? Um, and I love you, Miss D, and I love you, Tiff. Like, just like I love these conversations, and I love what we do, and I love how different we are, and I love that I learn so much all the time. Um, I just love
And
being
we
in
look really
community with
stupid.
everyone that we're in community with throughout the Discord. Like, I just love it. So I really want to thank everybody for coming this evening. And I also want to say that I'm gonna I'm working on it. Tiff gets with me so much of the time. She'll be like, listen, we're gonna talk about this. And now you better get your because we're gonna be go hook up YouTube. Okay. Um, so I do want to make sure that all of you know we didn't let other people up today, only because I knew this conversation was gonna get kind of, in depth, but I want to hear from the rest of you too. And I want you to know we're going to have times where you're welcome to use this platform to talk amongst yourselves, even, you know what I'm saying, and say the things that you need to say or whatever, right? So
And
um
rotate us because Miss
yeah,
Deanne, I have a channel, I have a channel, but
both of you have a
we're
channel, and we could definitely do that.
so I
I would
love
love that.
so
I would what?
I
What? I don't have the host. Okay, great. Let's do that.
month
But
then
y'all do. You have such great channels, and it's coming along so great. So
and
yeah,
you
I think
show the example of Black love. Come right here, babe. On this side. Okay, well, you see this?
Okay, my
yes.
internet will be great. Hold on.
Yes, it's Tony. Oh, nice. Mm.
All right, y'all. I love y'all. I've got to go feed the husband and prepare for my first day of school again tomorrow.
All
So
right.
wish
All
me luck.
right.
We're full time, 5 classes.
Girl, you don't need luck. You're Tiff.
Oh, it's tomorrow.
I,
It's
I
gonna
need.
get done, girl. It's you.
I'll take all the prayer, all the energy, all the well wishes, and all the assistance and help that I can have.
Well, we here. We
Because
love you.
if I succeed, you succeed, and when you succeed,
Absolutely.
and the one thing I want us to know as Black women is we don't compete and we don't compare. We celebrate success, and it might be your success right now. That means mine is coming.
Yes. Yes. Good night, everyone. Love you too. Bye. Bye, everybody. I love you. I'll see you guys in the Discord. Thank you so much.
Good.
Bye,
Good
Miss
night,
D.
everybody. Bye. All right.